he said when he gave evidence to the inquiry that he reported back to you about this meeting concerning the receipts and payments mismatch bug. Is he correct in what he said there?
I don't know. I don't know whether he reported back to me straight after that meeting, but I know in some of the other evidence documents there's things, I think in middle of October, where I attended something to do with this. I don't know what conversations Andy came to me with before that, but Andy was somebody who generally would, with a concern for matters, and his very role was to resolve challenges and sort of issues and experiences that sub postmasters have got. His relationship manager role was very much about that, and he would often come to me with things that he was looking at and trying to resolve to the benefit of a sub postmaster. So we would speak a lot. I can't remember whether he came to me on this specific item or not. I'm sorry.
If we look at page 3, please. Can you see that there are 3 proposals there to
yes,
as solutions to the existence of the bug?
Yes, yeah.
Solution 1, 2 and 3, which are kindly being highlighted.
Yeah.
Do you agree that the choice between those solutions, i.e. which one to take, was a very significant decision to take?
Yes, that would be very significant. And my understanding had always been that there was no scope to have what you call direct entry to Horizon. And I would not want there to have been the possibility to have direct entry to Horizon. So the range of options that we've got there's clearly one that is a very unpalatable one.
So just before we get on to the unpalatable option, number 1, my questions at the moment are focused on just choosing between solutions 1, 2 and 3 was a significant choice.
Well, yes, there was a significant, yeah.
And the kind of thing that Mr. Wynne ought to have come back to you on.
Yes, and he may well have. I'm sorry that I can't remember it, but I think I expect that Andy would have, have wanted to seek and share such a topic. I can't remember whether he did, but I know that in his care he would have wanted to.
Okay, now you said, I think you volunteered, that one of the choices was unpalatable because it revealed the possibility of a form of remote access in which branch accounts could be altered remotely, essentially, yes?
Yep.
And I think you said it was your understanding, so it would have been your understanding in October 2010 that that wasn't a possibility.
That's correct, yeah.
And so if you had been told about solution 1 by Mr. Wynne, that would have been news to you, that there was a form of remote access by Fujitsu in which they could tamper with branch accounts and change data in them without a sub-postmaster's knowledge. That would have been news to you.
That would have been news to me, yes, yeah. I think I would also like to say link to some other evidence that's in there, and one of the things that I challenged about changes to a report later on. There were a number of misunderstandings that, for example, transaction corrections, which my team would issue to branches, there were situations where people within post office would sometimes say, well, doesn't a transaction correction directly influence the branch accounts, which it did not. But there were misunderstandings about some other things, and therefore, that there had been that thing that's, I think it's in the Zebra report, a suggestion of product and branch accounting having direct access to branches' accounts, which it did not, because we just issued TCs for a branch to accept. There were some misunderstandings of what teams did. So I think there's a later document on this one where I've written an email that's in the pack where I've used some wording like we would not want this kind of functionality to exist, and we would not. And I think the wording's something like...
We're going to come to that.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Mr. Ismay. Just focusing on on this document.
So I don't even know whether that functionality actually existed. Fujitsu was saying that, do you want us to write a manual entry to the system? I don't know whether they actually had the functionality built to do it or not.
would you agree that this document makes clear, firstly, that Fujitsu could tamper with branch accounts remotely, and secondly, they'd be able to do so without the branch being able to see it?
Well, it's certainly setting out that, yes, but as I say, whether they'd got the functionality to or not, I don't know. Or whether they were thinking they could build something to give them the functionality, I don't know.
This doesn't speak about it conditionally.
No.
If Fujitsu have this facility, then they could do this.
No,
it
you're
speaks
right.
as if they could do it.
Yeah, this doesn't speak the conditionality. The other document that you've said you're going to come to later on does have an element of conditionality, and that conditionality would have come out of sort of correspondence discussions and things that IT had said to me about the system.
So if Mr. Wynne had either shown you this document or told you about Solution 1, by October 2010 you had knowledge, would you agree, of a form of remote access by Fujitsu which could change branch data without the knowledge or agreement of a sub-postmaster?
Yeah, this document, if I've seen this, would have alerted me to say that Fujitsu.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Can we move on then, please? Poll 305 5410. And if we scroll down, please. You're not included on this chain. It's an email from Mr. Simpson to Rob Wilson. You remember him as being a senior lawyer within Post Office?
Yes.
Thank you. And he says, I'm forwarding the above attachments in relation to a series of incidents identified by Fujitsu this week, where it appears that when posting discrepancies to the local suspense, these amounts simply disappear at branch level and a balance is shown. The above includes Fujitsu's initial analysis and proposed solutions, while the other documents or the outputs from various meetings held this week, my concern is around the proposed solutions, one or more of which may have repercussions in any future prosecutions and on the integrity of the Horizon Online system. And then if we scroll up, please, we can see that was forwarded to two other lawyers who I think you probably would have known, Juliet McFarlane and John L. Singh.
Well, I recognise the names now from the documents. Yes, John Ale, I knew his name from when I was there. I don't recall Juliet's name, okay. But yes, yeah.
One of the documents, the first one, the receipts and payments notes, that's the document I've just shown you. Okay? Can you see the attachments there?
Right, that was the document we just
That's the documents we've just looked
yep.
at. And the other one is a document called Lost Discrepancies and was a report prepared by Mr. Gareth Jenkins about the receipts and payments mismatch bug.
Right.
Did any of those three people, Rob Wilson, Juliet McFarlane or John L. Singh, get in touch with you around this time, 8th of October 2010, after they received this email about the bug and the implications for the integrity of the Horizon system and prosecutions?
I can't remember any of them coming to me at that time.
Yeah, given that one of your team, Andrew Wynne, had been in the meeting, none of them, so far as you recall, got in touch with you?
I can't recall them getting in touch. I'm sorry if they did, but I can't recall them.
We saw on the last occasion that you gave evidence that you were quite extensively involved in administering and in making decisions about disclosure in the Misra case, about whether an expert would have access to the premises in order to view documents or conduct tests. Do you remember that?
I remember that topic. I wasn't involved in issues of disclosure. What I got and the questions he asked before were that Andy Wynne had come to me with a message third hand from somebody else who'd said that somebody wanted to come and do a visit to Chesterfield. The question in the previous witness session was along the lines of why was I not happy about that, because that was the narrative that Andy Wynne had used, and I replied that there were so many reviews going on in the products and branch accounting team for business efficiency, pre-Royal Mail separation, loads of things going on. I wasn't excited about the prospect of another visit coming in, and
this was a defence expert.
Yeah,
it was proposed to come in.
So I wasn't. So I don't think that I stopped another expert coming in. I wasn't happy about the prospect of somebody else coming in, and that was the question before. But as we had extensive dialogue on that before, that I think if the post office lawyers had agreed with another party that review should happen, then that visit needed to happen. But no, I did not get. I don't recall. I don't think anybody came to me to say from the legal team, this visit needs to happen. I got a third-hand message that came via Andy from somebody else, which didn't excite me at the idea of another review, as I say, when we'd got pre-privatisation, lots of reviews going on. So I don't think that I blocked a visit.
Okay.
Well, I don't think that I was involved in disclosure either. Disclosure wasn't for me to be doing disclosure.
Okay. You had some involvement in the Misra case, to the extent you've just described.
Yeah, I don't think I'd got any involvement other than that third-hand message that somebody wanted to make a visit.
And I'm just asking at the moment, given that Andy Wynne was one of your staff,
yeah,
and had been present at that meeting, the early October meeting,
yeah,
and given that you had some involvement in the Misra case, did any of these three come to you when they received documents about the Misra or potentially about Misra's case and the receipts and payments mismatch bug?
Right, so I can't remember them coming to me, and given the quality of drilling into documents, I'm sure that if they had, they would have emailed me and you would have found such an email, but I can't remember them coming to me.
Can we look please at poll 305 5418? This is again after 4 o'clock on the Friday before the trial starts on the Monday. It's from Mandy Talbot. Do you remember her?
Yes, I remember Mandy Talbot, yes. Yep.
What do you remember as her role and function?
She was some sort of, I don't know, head of legal. She was either a post office or Royal Mail senior lead on some aspect of legal activity. I can't remember whether it was criminal or civil, but yeah.
We can see it's an email at 4:09 on that Friday afternoon to Mr. Singh and copied to Mike Granville and to you. What function did Mike Granville perform at this time, October 2010?
I don't know that exact date, but my recollection of Mike's role was that he'd got a stakeholder relations role, which would have worked with, what do you call it, BIS, or one of the government departments that would be the shareholder, I think, for Post Office. So I think Mike's role was in regulatory relations and links with that department.
Now, we know from other evidence that shortly after this email is sent, Mr. Singh either prints out or somebody using Mr. Singh's login details prints out the attachments to the email that we've just looked at. Do you understand?
Right.
Detailing the receipts and payments mismatch bug.
Right.
So shortly after this. This email says, Mike and Rod, either pair of you as copyees, are also very interested in any developments at the trial next week which impact on Horizon. You promised to let me know if anything unfortunate occurred in respect of Horizon. Please can you copy Rod and Mike into any messages? Incidentally, I assume you've briefed external relations. Can you let us know who you've briefed? Because Mike and Rod may wish to have input into any story relating to Horizon. They may give you a call on, and then a number, for an update. Incidentally, Postmasters for Justice met with the Minister this week and were accompanied by Izzy Hogg and the lady from Shoesmiths. You see there it says, you promised to let me know if anything unfortunate occurred in respect of Horizon. following you being very interested in developments at trial next week, which may impact on Horizon. Were you very interested in developments at the trial of Seema Misra?
I think that this follows on probably a couple of months after the report that has become known as the Ismay report. And there's other
The 2nd of August 2010 report.
Yeah, so this is like, what is this, 2 or 3 months after that. So probably in light of having compiled that report, I probably did have kind of a focus on, well, there's some other things being said here.
Why does that follow? That you'd written a report that you told us last time,
Yeah.
Consistently with your instructions from David Smith,
Yeah.
was to present one side of the coin on Horizon's integrity. Why would you be concerned with whether there existed another side of the coin?
Right, so there were several things and some other examples of evidence here where I've been asked to input to other articles, responses to articles. So the number of times that people were approaching me for input, I would probably wanted to be abreast of what was happening because I seem to have been approached for all sorts of things. In respect of that report, I would like to just clarify, in my witness statement, I didn't say that I was asked to do a one-sided report. Under intensive questioning, I did respond that it could look like a one-sided report, but to be clear, my recollection wasn't that Dave asked me to produce a one-sided report. My recollection
We've got a recording of what you said on the last occasion, which has been transcribed. You haven't given evidence on oath. Are you changing your evidence?
No, I'm not changing my evidence, but what I'm saying in my evidence, I've said that I was approached for the reasons for assurance, given that Dave had evidently seen questions being asked about Horizon and would have been saying, well, why does the organisation feel that Horizon works? What's the reasons for assurance? And I acknowledged in that previous attendance that it could be seen to have looked one-sided, because it did look one-sided, but I wasn't asked to produce a one-sided report. I was asked for the reasons for assurance, given that Dave, as a new managing director...
Okay, we're getting a bit distracted. I'm asking you why 3 months after then... 2 months after then, you had a continuing interest on any developments that might impact on Horizon.
I think just because I was so often being approached for things about it.
Were you seen as something like the go-to guy on defending Horizon?
No, I think I was seen as a subject matter expert about branch accounting processes, and was approached regularly for that, just in the way that through the second site process, I or my team were the subject matter experts on things, and so were approached regularly with questions.
Were you not very interested, in fact, to see whether anything came out at the trial that undermined your one-sided, your myopic report?
I don't think so.
Did Mr. Singh, in fact, get in contact with you in the course of the Misra trial?
I don't think he did. And that goes back to my thing about having that third-hand message before it about somebody coming to Chesterfield. I don't recall any other approaches. No, I don't recall.
This is moving on
yeah.
beyond the third-hand message. This is an email to Mr. Singh and to you, essentially hooking you up and telling Mr. Singh that he should get in contact with you if anything unfortunate occurred in respect of Horizon. Did he get in contact with you about the receipts and payments mismatch bug that had been discovered on this, so far as the documents show, so far as he was concerned, on this Friday afternoon?
I don't think so, and I can't remember him approaching me on it. No.
Did you have an interest in the Misra trial to see whether anything about the receipts and payments mismatch bug came out?
No, No, and when I think when the Misra trial was proceeding, it was a name that sort of came out of the blue to me as a case name, so it wasn't something that I was looking into. I know, I think one of my team was invited.
When did it come out of the blue?
Well, I don't know, but the case with the request about can somebody come to Chesterfield, the third hand thing came out of the blue, and the date that happened was on whatever the correspondence was that we've had from Andy Wynne in the previous pack. So,
would you agree that if this is right, you maintained a continuing interest in Horizon, and in particular an interest in the Seema Misra trial?
I think because I was approached so often, as I say, as a subject matter expert and stuff, I was probably interested in Horizon. I don't think that I was, and then this is no disrespect to the individuals in that case, because the outcome of all the cases is awful, but I don't think I was kind of looking at that specific case for any reason, no.
In the third line it says, can you let us know, Mr. Singh, who you've briefed, because Mike and Rod may wish to have input into any story relating to Horizon. Was that correct, that at the point of the Misra trial, you wanted to have input into stories relating to Horizon?
I don't know at that exact date, but clearly there's a number of things where I've had an input into other complaints or responses to articles in the press, which we've seen elsewhere that you might come onto in some other items. So I have, and other evidence shows that I have had some input into some responses to articles. I can't remember at this particular date whether I wanted to.
Were you seen at this period of time as somebody who should have their hand on the post office tiller, guiding what was said and not said about the Horizon system?
No, I don't think so.
Why would you want to have input into stories relating to Horizon?
Well, I was seen with the product and branch accounting back office finance role as often having a subject matter expert view on things to do with Horizon.
Can we move forwards, please, to November 2010, the following month, and look at poll 00294684? Can we see that Antonio Jamat was emailing you, amongst a group of other people, the proposed attendees, an invitation to a meeting on the 15th of July?
Yep.
And the subject was to be the receipts and payments resolution. Can you see that under subject?
Yes.
Thank you.
I can see the bit to resolve discrepancies generated by branches, and I can see the attachments called receipts and payments, yeah.
And if you just look at the subject line, which is highlighted about 5 in.
Oh, sorry.
Receipts and payments resolution.
Yeah, no, I've gone further down, sorry. Yeah.
And if we just go over the page and scroll down, the message concludes in the penultimate paragraph. We're looking for you as senior stakeholders to agree an approach as a way forwards.
Yep.
Go back to the first page, please. Those proposed attendees, would you agree that they are, you included, senior stakeholders?
Well, they're all part of the management, not directors. Many of them aren't reports to directors, but they're probably senior managers in different parts of the organisation, yes.
So a fair description as senior stakeholders in this issue?
Yeah.
Thank you. It says, as you said, the aim of the meeting is to discuss a working group proposal to resolve discrepancies generated by branches following a specific process during the completion of the trading statement. And then if we go over the page, please, we'll see a series of solutions set out, 1, 2, and 3, which I think you'll recognise.
Yes, they were in the previous document, weren't they?
Yes, they were in the October 2010, the month before document,
Yeah.
for the meeting at which Andy Wynne had been present.
Yep.
Yes?
Yep.
And you'll see that solution 1 is presented in exactly the same way, yes?
Okay.
Yes?
It looks like it.
And so by this time, if Andy Wynne hadn't drawn your attention to that record of the meeting or told you about solution 1,
Yep.
you were, at this time, would you agree, fixed with knowledge that Fujitsu could tamper with branch accounts remotely and that they could do so without the branch being able to see it?
Yep, yep. Looks like I was specifically being approached
Yes.
there, yeah.
And those facts, do you agree, blew a hole through your Ismay report of the 2nd of August 2010, in which you said there were no backdoors in the Horizon system?
That is, yeah, that,
Yeah, so what did you do about it?
well, I didn't issue a new report
But why not?
because I hadn't been asked to, and as I've put in the comments at the end of it, I think we didn't have a terms of reference for it. I was asked to, at short notice, to produce reasons for assurance for the system, and it was a one-off report.
Yeah, you knew you had new information that showed that a significant part of your August 2010 report was wrong, didn't you?
Yes, I can see this does show that part of that report was wrong.
A significant part of the report was wrong. And there are no backdoors in Horizon part was just wrong, wasn't it?
Yep, yep.
And so why didn't you do anything about it?
Well, because evidently lots of people were aware of it from this, and I wasn't tasked with doing an ongoing updated report. As you can see from the annual appraisal document that we've got in this pack, you can see the number of things that I was involved in, of which this is a very small part of a wide range of things. And so, in hindsight, absolutely in hindsight, I wish I'd done something to respond to this. But at the time, with loads of competing pressures, sadly, this one didn't lead me to do what, in hindsight, I would wish I would have done to have responded to it. But I was doing many, and I know this won't satisfy some postmasters impacted by all of this, but I'd got loads and loads of different competing priorities, pre-privatisation going on, and efficiency reviews in my team, and so sadly, I didn't do something on the back of this. I wish I had, but I didn't, and I was exceedingly busy with loads of other competing priorities.
Or was it that you were happy for your myopic report to stand that said there were no backdoors into the Horizon system?
No, I think I'd moved on from that report. And I wouldn't have called it a myopic one. I realised looking at it, it does look like that, but it wasn't intended to be.
There are no records that we've got, I think, of the decision that was made at this 15th of November 2010 meeting. Do you know which solution was adopted?
No, but I know that there was a letter that in the end I was asked to sign that went out to affected branches. I don't know whether it was this issue. So if I get my numbers right, and forgive me if I get my numbers right, but I think this was the one that we talk about as affecting 62 branches. Yes. There was an issue that affected 14 branches. I know I did sign a letter that went out to affected branches to explain how whichever of those issues was resolved, and I don't know if it was this one or the other one, or whether I might even have been involved in a letter to both situations. But
Thank you.
I'm surprised that's not appeared as a document somewhere, that letter.
That can come down, thank you. Can we look at what else you were doing in November 2010 and look at poll 0012-0561? This is an email from Mr. Granville, who at the footer gives his job title as Head of Regulation Strategy.
Right. Oh,
If we just go back up to the top.
yep.
So same month, about a fortnight after that meeting, to, amongst other people, you and Paula Venables. The subject is an update on JFSA and Horizon issues and an urgent response needed for, that's the Department of Business Innovation and Skills. There's an attachment which is a response to the Department of Business and Innovation and Skills for them to reply to JFSA. And Mr. Granville says he's sending this note around to provide an update on the issues related to JFSA and to ensure concurrence with the line I'm taking back to Business Innovation and Skills. By way of background, this is just by way of context for you. You will all be aware of the allegations that the JFSA has been making about the integrity of the Horizon system and the associated processes that the Post Office uses in terminating contracts. There have also been various legal cases relating to individual sub-postmasters being prosecuted for theft or false accounting, where the JFSA have had some kind of involvement. The most recent being Misra, West Byfleet, where the ex-sub-postmaster was recently found guilty of theft. As you're also aware, Channel 4 were also looking at the subject in the summer, although nothing has come of this yet. Our approach throughout has been to robustly defend the integrity of the Horizon system. So that's the background. And then Mr. Granville says, however, the Department of Business Innovation and Skills continue to be interested in this issue. They've had a succession of MPs writing into the Minister on behalf of constituent sub-postmasters referencing the JFSA's allegations, and the JFSA have also written directly to the Minister on several occasions. As a result of this pressure, back in September, Ed Davey agreed to a meeting with the JFSA, and whilst at the meeting the Minister listened and didn't commit to any actions, the Department of Business Innovation and Skills thereby maintain an involvement in this issue. And then this, as a result of this, and to follow up the Department of Business and Innovation and Skills meeting with the JFSA, Mike Whitehead recently met with Rod Ismay, Lynn Hobbs and myself and went through some of the points that JFSA raised at the meeting with BIS, plus a few of the more recent MP letters that had been received on the subject. Is that right, that you recently met with officials from the department and went through points raised by the JFSA about Horizon?
I can't remember meeting with Mike Whitehead and Biz, but I've got a lot of respect for Mike Granville, and if he said that I did, then no doubt that I did, but I can't recall the meeting.
Do you remember discussing the Seema Misra case with officials at BIS?
No.
How was the Seema Misra case viewed by Post Office at this time after she had been convicted and sent to prison?
I don't know.
Was it not seen as a great victory which vindicated the robustness of Horizon?
I don't know. I know that in some of the other evidence documents there's been some things that rightly, and in other hearings people have said, well, wish I hadn't said that. There's been various congratulatory emails went round after it, I think, but I don't know how it was judged now.
Remember those answers for about 20 minutes' time, Mr. Ismay. Can we scroll down under response? Second paragraph under response. However, the key point I'd like to draw to everyone's attention is that BIS are looking for general lines to go back to the JFSA. BIS accept the Post Office's assurances about the integrity of the system. Just stopping there, was that your state of understanding at the time, that the government was accepting assurances given to it by the Post Office about the integrity of Horizon?
I don't know what the government was accepting at that time. I did a report that I understood was for internal purposes to Dave Smith. I can't remember meeting with Biz, but I certainly don't know what government's perspective was on it. Evidently there were senior people who were meeting with these departments, but I can't recall meeting with them. And I was surprised, and I apologise if I did receive Dave's email with his 5 points in, or 9 points prior to the report that I compiled. It's got called the Ismay report, but I don't remember those narratives and those people that were being talked about there. I produced what my recollection was as an internal report for a new managing director, and I don't recall something that which is in the documents that either under Rule 9 or Rule 10 has been shared with me, that does refer to I think some ministers, but I don't think I was party to that, and I don't recall that.
He continues, and the government does not want to intervene in that area, but they do have some concerns about some of the ways in which our disciplinary processes might be perceived. To take this issue forward, a suggested approach is to be robust on our current systems and procedures, but also to make reference to some work being undertaken. And then at the foot of the page, he says, in the attached document, the relevant extracts look like this. And then if we go over to the page, please, to the bold system, he's essentially cut into the email something from the attachment, i.e. the proposed text to go back to the government with. Can you see that?
Yes, yeah, I can see that, yep.
So what he's essentially saying to you, amongst others, is it okay if we say this to the government? Yes?
Yep, yep.
The Horizon system and accompanying contractual processes remain fully robust. Their integrity and sound basis have been demonstrated over many years. They've underpinned the provision of effective and sustainable service to Post Office customers. Post Office refutes the unsubstantiated allegations made by the JFSA. Would it be fair to describe that as the usual line, that Post Office say that the system is fully robust?
Well, I think so, yeah, yeah.
And then if we scroll down, please. Postscript. I've just had Mike Whitehead onto me saying that Ed Davey is coming under extreme pressure, in quotation marks, to respond on the cases he's received. I will send to Mike the extract of the information in the attached document on the 3 specific cases referred to us by Biz, but I know he'll come back to us asking for something on the way forward. If we can look, please, at the document that's attached relating to the 3 specific cases. And can we look at page 7, please, of this? He addresses here the Mrs. Misra case. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And if we just scan through it, please. And then if we keep scanning, and keep scanning. And then second paragraph on the bottom, the case has been before the courts. Mrs. Misra was found guilty after a full jury trial, been sentenced to 15 months imprisonment, I think that is, by the judge taking all due regard to judicial guidelines. Probably inappropriate to comment about the detail of the trial. Worth pointing out the defence for Mrs. Misra did use an IT expert with regards to comment on the Horizon system, and a clear decision was arrived at by the court. Mr. Singh explains the charges were, and then they're set out. And if we go over the case, over the page, please. Second paragraph, there's a confiscation hearing. Some information about the standard of proof. Lots of adjournments, whilst Mrs. Misra's solicitors kept asking for more and more evidence, which was supplied, it is said. it's probably inappropriate to comment to the MP about the detail of the trial, but point out that an IT expert was used and a clear decision was arrived at by the court. There's nothing in here about the receipts and payments mismatch bug, is there?
No.
And there's nothing in here, and take it from me, in the rest of the briefing to the government about the fact that Fujitsu can tamper with branch accounts without the sub-postmaster being able to see that they've done so, is there?
No, there isn't.
And did you raise that point?
I don't know.
You knew about that as you've accepted, having been at the meeting on the 15th of November 2010. When you received this email, this is what we're going to brief the government, did you think to say, hold on, I've got some new information?
No, I don't think I did. In hindsight, I can see that I probably should have, but I don't think I did, no.
Can we look, please, at poll 308-8956? This is an email exchange in the next month, December 2010. And it's quite a complicated chain, this email. But the essentials of it, if we scroll down, please, to the email at the foot of the page, are Lynn Hobbs. You remember her, don't you?
Yes, I do.
What function did she perform?
She was some sort of a leader within the post office network team.
Is emailing John Breeden. Yes? You remember him?
Yeah. Can't remember his
National
exact
Contracts
title,
Manager
but-
for
Oh, yeah,
North.
yeah.
And saying, this is the last email exchange I had with Mike Granville about the BIS meeting. I think that's the one we've just referred to. The attached documents were what Mike was proposing sending to BIS, and I commented as below. I'm also forwarding two further emails, one from Rod Ismay, which is the final report he produced. And then over the page, please. The second from Mike Granville with a document that was sent to BIS in advance as a briefing. And then, can you see she's cut into the email there?
Yes.
An email to you, yes?
Yeah.
Which looks to have been written either, as I think we established on the last occasion, before your report was finalised or after your report was finalised, but most probably before.
I don't know, I'd say it was most probably before my report. I would think that this email probably related to that thing where you've showed me a table that was undated, but a meeting in the 15th of November. Now, I looking at this, I imagine that Lynn was probably, one of her team was perhaps at that meeting and had said to Lynn that that was one of those three options that came up, but they were after my report. They were not before the Ismay report.
You told us on the last occasion that this email here that's cut in to this email chain was a really important statement because it was explaining that things could be written into the branch system, which you had said in your report could not happen.
Yeah.
And so this statement here from Lynn Hobbs undermined your report, yes?
Looking at it now, yes, I can see that undermines my report.
You agreed on the last occasion that your report was founded on the incorrect assertion that branch systems could not be amended or written into remotely, and it ought to have been corrected, yes?
I did say that that report was written before this, I think, and at the time my understanding was that there wasn't remote access when I did that report that's become known as the Ismay report. Yes, looking at it in hindsight, I might wish that I'd revisited it, but I was asked at short notice to produce a report with a load of other competing priorities going on, and didn't produce a report, wasn't asked to produce a report. I'd just been asked to produce a one-off to help Dave understand the other context of if he sees these allegations in the press, what are the other reasons why people think the system works.
And so I think you agreed on the last occasion that your report was founded on a false assertion that ought to have been corrected in the light of this email here if this was received after you'd written your report.
Well, in hindsight, yes, it would have been probably helpful to have notified people that this other matter's come to light that wasn't in there. But in the context of everything that I was doing, I don't think it occurred to me to do that at the time.
A bit beyond helpful, maybe essential?
Yeah.
Can we look, please, at, and this is a document we didn't have last time, poll 00120475. This is written by you on the 29th of November 2010, yes?
Yeah, this is the one that I referred to earlier.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you say this note is to respond to some recent concerns about data during branch balancing processes. It's draft as yet to ensure it makes sense to those not so closely involved. The issue is sometimes known as the receipts and payments mismatch, yes?
Yep.
It has come up in some recent emails. There have been several business discussions about how to resolve it, and an option had been referred to, which, if adopted, would have led to adjustments being made direct in Horizon. That shows that you had clocked, you had realised,
Yep.
you had completely understood the significance of Solution 1,
Yep.
doesn't it?
Yep.
For clarity, whilst this was, for completeness, flagged as an option, my understanding is that it's always been rejected as it would undermine the long-standing principle that all entries in Horizon be initiated or authorised by the branch. So it seems that you had an understanding by late November 2010 that Solution 1, essentially covert remote access, had been rejected.
Yeah. Yep.
It's undoubtedly possible with any IT system that special mechanisms could be developed to adjust users, systems and data. However, Post Office colleagues have remained satisfied that Post Office would not wish this facility to be built for Horizon, and that there are segregations of duties and change management controls which would prevent Fujitsu from deploying such functionality. Dealing with A, why were you speaking about a facility being built if the documents, as we have seen, had revealed to you that the facility already existed?
Well, the way this thing's written, like we used the word conditionality earlier, this is written as if at the time I'd got some perception in writing this that perhaps it hadn't been built, that it was an option that would require some build.
Where had you get that perception from if the documents that we've seen that you were passed made it clear that there was no conditionality? It wasn't an if Fujitsu could do this, it would be a bad thing. It was they could do this thing.
Well, I can only think that it would have come from a conversation with IT, but there was a lot of things that my team in the Finance Service Centre, or Product and Branch Accounting as it was called, there were a lot of things that for our own SAP system, we were always asking for things to be changed. And most things would always get aired as, well, you can do this, but we've got to build it. So I would have been quite used to a concept of being given a number of options, but all of them would have got a conditionality of, but we've got to do something to enable this thing to happen.
Then you go on to B, that there are segregations of duties and controls which would prevent Fujitsu from deploying such functionality.
Yes.
That speaks as if the thing already exists, but it's tightly controlled.
No, I think that's saying that in the post office change management processes, there was segregation of duties so that if you were trying to propose a change to something, there'd got to be independent approval of the proposal to do that thing.
It doesn't say that, Mr. Ismay. It
No,
doesn't
but
say that there would be, if this facility was built into it, segregations which would prevent Fujitsu from deploying it. It speaks as if it already exists, doesn't it?
I think you could read it with conditionality or not. And I think that there will be people who look at it one way, there'll be people who look at it another way. And I think that the fact I've written this thing with conditionality in it must have meant that I'd got some feeling of conditionality when I was writing that. And as I've said, I've got lots of changes that I was often asking for my team for Pulse app systems, and there was always an element of conditionality of, yes, we can do A, B or C, but all of them are going to have to modify something and get approval to do that thing for it. So I was very used to being given options, all of which would require some action ahead of them. I know the narrative in here doesn't say that, but one writes what one writes, and in hindsight you can wish there was all sorts of things that you'd written into it, and I'm giving you the wider context of what I think would have influenced my thinking, and that wider context hasn't all been written in here, but this inquiry is trying to help to understand the wider context that things were written in. So I'm giving you that context of options always had some conditionality on the build to them. I realise you can read it and say, Rod, it doesn't say that, but that is the wider context that change management process is operated in. If you're given 3 options, usually all of them need something to do with them.
You carry on the specific R&P issue, receipts and payments mismatch issue, has arisen from a non-compliant series of user actions in branch.
Yeah.
So you're blaming the sub-postmasters there, aren't you?
No. I think what
does non-compliant series of user actions mean?
Well, you'll see in the other documentation around the receipts and payments mismatch that there was a sequence of events that would trade in periods and balance in periods, which mean weeks and months, I think. You would expect to do a certain sequence of events to close down a period and roll into a new period. Non-compliant might be an unhelpful way of describing it, but branches knew what to do, or training should have helped branches to understand what to do for the sequence of events to close down your trading periods and roll into a new period. The analysis on this case, which is well documented in another piece of evidence, I think one that Gareth had written on it, shows that branches did something that was an unexpected routine, ignoring something and doing something different to what the routine should be that all the other branches were following, and which training material I think would have told people to do about rolling new periods. So
this was an attempt, this email, wasn't it, to cover up your own, and indeed the post office's, knowledge of remote access, wasn't it?
No, I don't think it was.
Did you understand the importance of the remote access issue in relation to claims against or prosecutions of sub-postmasters?
Oh yeah, I understood it. If remote access existed, then I understand that that's a really bad thing. We don't want that. And I was very clear in future things as well, such as when we had an aborted tender for another IT supplier, that one of my inputs into requests for that was always there must absolutely not be an ability for remote access. Sub-postmasters must be absolutely in charge of the creation of the entries that go into their system. I'm sorry that
you were in possession now of 2 sources of information. The Lynn Hobbs email and, at the very least, the meeting on the 15th of November that undermined the narrative that you've just described.
But I don't know if it had been built. I don't know if the functionality existed. As I've said, my recollection of stuff was that there was always a conditionality of if something's not working and you've got to do changes for it, you've always got to do something to enable.
Just stop there, Mr. Ismay, if you may.
Yeah.
Do you agree, A, that the document that was exchanged in October 2010 included no conditionality in it?
That document didn't use conditional wording.
Do you agree, B, that the 3 solutions that were set out in the email of the 15th of November 2010 included no conditionality in it.
I agree that those documents didn't, but this one I've written, which would have come from conversations with IT, does include it. So I've got different documents in a similar time frame.
But I'm sorry, option one,
Yeah.
which is where all this started with,
Yeah.
was revealed at a meeting between Post Office and Fujitsu.
Yeah.
Fujitsu must have said at that meeting, we can do it, i.e. access remotely in some form or another. Functionality had nothing to do with it after that, did it? Because they told you they could do it. When I mean told you, I mean told the Post Office.
Yeah.
So whatever may have been chatted about in the IT department of the Post Office is completely irrelevant, because all they had to do was to recheck, if necessary, with Fujitsu, can we do it or not?
But we should have gone back and said, so does this functionality actually exist? Because Fujitsu could have sat there and said, we can turn the screens orange. The screens weren't orange, but they could have sat there and said, we can turn the screens orange, and they would have had to do something to make them go orange. But,
All right.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Well, just look at the top of the email, 4 paragraphs in. You say in the third paragraph there had been several discussions about how to resolve it, and an option which, if adopted, would have led to adjustments being made direct in Horizon. And then in the fourth paragraph, you say, whilst this was flagged as an option, it's always been rejected. Not. It's been rejected as an option because Fujitsu would have to build some functionality in the system to allow the very thing to happen. And we don't want that to happen, do you? You're saying it's there on the table, but we've rejected it as an option.
well, those words aren't there, but I don't know at the time whether that functionality did exist or didn't. It's clearly been said in there and referred to. Whether it needed building or not, I don't know. I don't know, and I'm sorry, I don't know.
You knew that a sub-postmaster facing prosecution, if they knew about the possibility of such remote access, would be able to say to a court, there's scope for doubt as to the cause of the alleged shortfalls in the system. They emanated not from me, but from the system, didn't you?
Well, I wasn't thinking about disclosure, I don't think, in these things. I know a lot of this matter is talking about disclosure matters, but I was looking at internal control environments and things, not about what should or shouldn't be disclosed. Disclosure wasn't something that was my role, my responsibility in there. And so I wouldn't have been looking at these documents through a concept of, because I probably wouldn't have understood at the time, what are the requirements of disclosure. I'm learning quite a lot about them through the context of this inquiry, but I wouldn't have been thinking, oh, what's the disclosure aspect of this? That just wasn't I was not the lawyer, I was not the disclosure person. I was unaware of some of the aspects of disclosure. And I'm learning about them now.
Do you recall that by March 2011, this document can come down, thank you, a number of different parts of the Post Office were involved in the response still to the receipts and payments mismatch bug?
There was lots of people in those emails, yeah.
So I'm moving forward now, Mr.
Right.
Ismay, to March 2011. Let's look at an email that might help you.
Okay.
Poll 3029611. And if we look at the, you'll see at the top of the page there that this was a chain sent on to you in June 2013. And we're going to come back to that later because that's just before the publication of the second site report.
Okay.
I'm going to suggest in a moment that this is part of the backwards look
Oh, right, okay.
to see what we knew and who knew
Right.
about the receipts and payments mismatch bug. So you got this eventually.
Okay.
But if we go down, please. Thank you. If we just scroll up to get the email header, we can see from Mr. Russell, who is a commercial advisor within service delivery, he sends an email out to Leslie Sewell. You'll know that she was head of IT, yes?
Yes.
And can you see Andy McLean? Do you know who he was?
He was, I think his title was Head of Service Delivery.
Quite a lot of info here, but I'll outline what we agreed. Word documents attached to the letters going out to the branches on Monday. They've been approved by legal and product and branch accounting, Andy Wynne, and service delivery, Tony Jamapps, I think that is, yes?
Yes. Yeah.
I ran Mike Granville, Mike Young and Andy, I'm not sure who Andy M is, through the detail last week. We've agreed to write off the losses and repay the gains via sub-postmaster pay. We have a document from Fujitsu on what happened. This provides audit trail and shows what happened for a branch. I'm awaiting clearance from Network, Anita Turner, in relation to how to approach the Federation. Matt Hibbard, do you know who he was?
Yes, he was a direct report to me at some point. Yes, yes.
Was happy with the process. And the Fujitsu document, as Rod, I think that's you, was off. Andy Mack has taken action from Mike Young to ensure we maintain closer links with product and branch accounting and you. Tony is already working on issue management and how P&BA raise issues with service delivery. This will help service delivery formally to raise and resolve them with Fujitsu's. Both Mikes were keen we use this as a positive. E.g. Old Horizon wouldn't have picked this up, yet the logs in data center and event alerting meant we picked this up and can demonstrate what has happened. We were writing to branches with walkthrough of the detail as required. Yes?
Yes.
So it's quite a cast of people that knew about the, at least at this time, the receipts and payments mismatch bug. IT, with the references to Sewell and Young, do you agree?
Yes.
Network, in relation to Anita Turner, yes?
Yes.
Product and branch accounting with a reference to you and Hibbard.
Yes.
The live service and problem team, the reference to Mr. Jamapps, yes?
Yes.
And commercial, because this email is from Mr. Russell, yes?
Yes.
And also that legal were aware. They've approved the letters that are going to go out to branches, yes?
Right, yes, yep.
This acknowledges that Old Horizon wouldn't have picked this up, yes?
Yes, that's what it says, yes.
Was that your understanding at the time, that if this receipts and payments mismatch bug or something similar had been present in Legacy Horizon, it would not or may not have been picked up by the system?
I don't know. I don't know if that was the thought process I went through or not.
If that was the case, would that not provide a question or raise a question mark over Horizon data that had been relied on in past prosecutions?
Well, I see what you say. I don't know whether that occurred to me or to anybody else in this at the time. I think there was some of these issues, this issue and that other one that got fixed. I think we would have had a focus on that was a failure at the time. It's got fixed. We've moved on. Now we're going back and pulling out the correspondence around that fix. But I think mine and my team's thought process would have moved away from this. We were being invited to come back to share documents related to it, but I think once the fix had been done and these letters had gone out, we'd have moved on to the many other topics we were dealing with.
This email was forwarded to you at the time by Leslie Sewell. We can see that if we scroll up.
Yeah.
On the 7th of March 2011. And then 2 years and 3 months later, you were forwarding it to Simon Baker and Susan Crichton, yes?
Yes, yes.
That was in the context of the second site investigation, wasn't it?
I don't know. The timeline would say it is. I don't know why, but yes, the timeline would say that.
Presumably because of a need to investigate who knew what and when about the receipts and payments mismatch bug.
Well, I don't know. It could have been that, or it could have been that the second site report, rightly, and second site would have been alerted to this issue and the other issue, and therefore I think there was probably questions being asked of, well, let's just explain, do we all understand what this topic was that's going into the report? So you could be right. I don't know whether it was about who knew or whether it was about what exactly was this topic, because it would, and we've seen something somewhere else where it's about how do you kind of put a plain English description on this. I don't think a lot of people would have understood what on earth this receipts and payments issue was. So I think there were often questions about accounting processes where people would say, can you just explain that again? Where's that thing that explains what this was? So you might be right, I don't know.
So if either of us is right, either it's a chain which seeks to explain what the problem was,
Yeah.
or a chain which seeks to explain who knew what and when,
Yeah.
you were able to access it in 2013, just before the publication of the second site report, and forward it to Simon Baker and General Counsel, yes?
Yes, I can't remember what date second site report was. I know you said earlier, but yes, I've forwarded this to those people, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So that's an appropriate moment. I'm not sure what time your clock says.
Well,
I've got two different times on the go here.
I'm saying 11:05.
Can we break until 11:15 then?
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Mr. Ismay, can we turn, please, to poll 00296795? And we'll see that this is an email of the 28th of June 2013 from Andrew Wynne, forwarded to, amongst other people, you, with a couple of attachments, the receipts and payments notes, and I think an Excel document maybe. Yes?
Yep, yes.
And if we just look at the chain then by going back to at the foot of page 2 and the top of page 3. A bit more, thank you. Andrew Wynne forwards on the 28th of June to the duty manager a document and says, I found problem, and then he gives a number which was assigned. Not sure if this is the problem or not from the description. And then underneath it, the first email I can find from Tony, that's Antonio Jamat. This is the first I can find from Tony referring to this. Leslie Saul needs a summary of the issue, when Fujitsu first alerted the post office and when this was first escalated as a major incident. And then if we scroll up, please, and keep going to the top of the page, Emma Langfield, the part of the branch and IT systems team, says to Mr. Wynne, and eventually, as I say, this is forwarded to you, there's been significant archiving, so we can't access the full incident history. From my personal emails, we've determined the following. The call was raised to service desk on the 1st of October 2010. Initial conference call with Fujitsu and product and branch accounting was for discussion of the issue, and his assessment of the impact was scheduled for Monday, the 4th of October at 1 p.m. This delay was due to details from Fujitsu on the issue being experienced, needing to be shared. The incident was logged on Remedy Monday, the 4th of October 2010, during the conference call at 1 p.m. Following on from the initial call, a follow-up was scheduled for 4 p.m. I would say the 1 p.m. call was a sense check of the information collated from Thursday, the 29th of September, documentation of Fujitsu investigations created by Gareth Jenkins, and the Friday, the 1st of October branch list. Tony and I agree the 4 p.m. call was the first initiation of the major incident process. Our reasoning being that from this, a working group, from this call, a working group was formed to manage the incident to resolution. And then she attaches some material. And if we scroll up, please. It's forwarded to you and, amongst others, Simon Baker. Would the fact that it was this chain about knowledge of an escalation of the receipts and payments mismatch issue forwarded to Simon Baker mean to you that this was related to or relevant to Second Sight's work?
But I can't remember what Simon Baker was doing. I know of him, and I think he's in various other documents as part of Second Sight, isn't he? So I'm sorry, I can't remember out of the thousands of pages you've given me, but if Simon Baker was in the Second Sight work, then yes.
If Second Sight, do you agree, had seen the meeting note of October 2010, the email of the 15th of November 2010, or any similar documents, they would have found out that Fujitsu could tamper with branch accounts without the sub-postmaster knowing, wouldn't they?
Yeah, clearly we had that earlier conversation, but yes, they would have thought that, yes.
And to your knowledge, were those documents which revealed that Fujitsu could tamper with branch accounts without the sub-postmaster knowing sent to Second Sight?
I don't know.
When you received this, did you have any responsibility for ensuring that the material was sent to Second Sight?
No.
Who had that responsibility?
Well, I think that the relationship with Second Sight was being managed out of the legal team. Simon, if he's involved in it, may have come in as a project manager to assist in that. I was being involved from a point of view as a subject matter expert, responding to things like the suspense accounts, which we may well talk about, and some of the spot reviews. So I can only remember meeting with Second Sight once. Sorry if I met with them more, but I wasn't the main interface with them.
You know that Second Sight spoke about remote access through the prism of Simon Rudkin having given an account of visiting a basement in Fujitsu Bracknell headquarters and witnessing something which to him looked and smelt like remote access.
Yes.
Do you know why the documents that we've looked at that revealed knowledge by Post Office of the facility for such remote access were not revealed to Second Sight?
No, I don't.
And instead, there was a denial of his account.
I can only think because there was just so many things going on and so many documents, but it's a fair question. I don't know why it wasn't.
At all events, when Second Sight were looking into the issue of remote access, you didn't ensure that they were given the attachments to this email or the documents that we looked at earlier revealing that such remote access was possible by Fujitsu?
No.
You said that legal, to your mind, had the responsibility for dealing with issues of disclosure to Second Sight. Would that include Rob Williams, who's included on this chain?
I think so. I'm not exactly sure what the sort of lead point of contact was, but I think it was legal or a project manager assigned to the matter.
So the short point is this, right, that correction of your report back in 2010 does not occur when you are given documents that reveal Fujitsu's facility for remote access, and in 2013 when Second Sight are reporting, those documents don't get revealed either.
No, that looks to be the case. Yep.
Can we move forwards, please, then? Poll 309 8797. Thank you. And can we look at the second page, please? And we're here very shortly before publication. This isn't an email exchange concerning you, including you, but it does concern you.
Yep.
It's between Olwyn Lyons and Paula Venables of the 28th of June 2013. And the next steps on Horizon Issues update reads, Paula, Rod Ismay and Leslie Sewell are working the detail of the two bugs to understand them and then get them into language that's clear and can be communicated. Is that right, that shortly before the Second Sight report, you were working on the detail of the two bugs to understand them?
I can't remember my timeline of things, but clearly there are bits of correspondence in here that say that, so yeah.
Were you part of a team that was seeking to recreate Post Office's corporate knowledge of the two bugs that the Second Sight report was going to break into the open?
Well, I think looking at this, that I would have had corporate memory and understanding, and so was somebody who could try to put into plain English something to explain to other people who might have had no involvement or might not even, I don't even know if some people were kind of employed or in roles at an earlier point in time. So yes, I would get asked, and this looks like an example where I would have been asked to help to narrate and summarise what a particular thing was that had happened before, and in this case, these particular bugs, yes.
And when you were putting it into plain English, did you include within the plain English the fact that you had found out, you knew, that Fujitsu could tamper with branch accounts without a sub-postmaster knowing?
I don't know. I don't know whether what I put together said that or not. I don't know.
There's no document of which the inquiry is aware of you ever having said that.
Right. I don't know.
That can come down, thank you. Stepping back, do you agree that in 2010 and 2011, the receipts and payments mismatch bug was known across every major relevant department in the post office, including the legal team?
Yes, it looks like it was, yes.
Do you agree that it was known about by a number of senior post office employees within those departments?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah.
Do you agree that those senior post office employees had been brought in 2010 and 2011 to consider the options available to rectify the bug?
Yeah, looks like it, yeah.
Do you agree that there was, at the time of the second site report, an investigation, a look back to see who had known about the receipts and payments mismatch bug and how high within the organisation such knowledge went?
Yep, it looks like it, yep.
Do you agree that despite that investigatory work, the Post Office took a position that the bug had been discovered or revealed by Second Sight as a result of a disclosure made to it by Gareth Jenkins?
It looks like it from the bits of evidence that you've shared with me, where I think something says that Gareth revealed it to, not to Fujitsu, to Second Sight.
Do you know, additionally, that Second Sight themselves were asking the question of the Post Office in 2013, in the run-up to the publication of their report, who within Post Office knew about the receipts and payments mismatch bug?
No, can you ask me that question again?
Yes.
Yep.
We've looked at what the Post Office in fact knew.
Right.
We've looked at the extent to which that was revealed to Second Sight.
Yep.
And I'm asking a related question. Do you know that in 2013, Second Sight themselves were pursuing the same question that I'm pursuing now? Who within the Post Office knew about the receipts and payments mismatch bug?
All right, no, I don't know.
Can we look, please, at poll 302-9618? Can we start, please, with page 2? And scroll down a little bit. Ron Warmington to Simon Baker, under the heading 2 Systems Defects, on the 25th of June 2013. Simon, this is the draft section of the report dealing with the 2 defects. Please let me know if I've got anything wrong. I'm afraid the Post Office Fujitsu reports on the defects don't cover everything I need to know. I also need to know whether after the defects were detected, the sub-postmasters who had made good shortages, that they should not have made good, were reimbursed. And if so, how many months later? I think you said they were all reimbursed in due course. Also, the first report on the receipts and payments mismatch problem mentions on page 2 of 30. This will assist in explaining the issue to senior management and, if necessary, the press. Can you please let me know whether, when, and who, at board level in brackets, was informed about this defect and also the later local suspense defect, and whether any press release was issued in respect of either of them? And can I see a copy? Yes?
Yeah.
So Mr. Warmington for Second Sight was asking essentially how high within the organisation knowledge went.
Yes, I can see that.
Of both bugs, yes?
Yes, I can see that, yes.
If we scroll up, please. Keep going. Mr. Baker replies, I'll get back to you tomorrow. I need to double check a few things first. And then scroll up, please. Just got this from Ron. I can get back to him on most of the questions, but need your help on who in Post Office knew about it. I know from the email that Rod sent that Mike Young knew, but don't know if it went any higher. And then scroll up. Leslie Sewell replies, I don't know if it went any higher than Mike. Andy Mook also managed service at the time. I can't say whether we said anything to the press. Other points, our board at the time would have been Royal Mail as we didn't have an independent board. Paula Venables would have been network director at the time with Dave Smith as MD. Were you made aware of this search for information at the time by Second Sight? How far up did corporate knowledge of the receipts and payments mismatch bug go?
I don't think I was. My recollection of what I was doing with Second Sight was, like I said, responding to questions about the suspense accounts and specific spot reviews.
See, this is the 25th of June 2013. Yes?
Yes.
Can we look, please, at poll 30029611? The chain that we looked at earlier, do you remember?
I remember you had this email up earlier, yes.
This is dated the 19th of June 2013. Was this part of a search for how far up the organisation knowledge went?
I don't know. I think what we talked about earlier was that it was either that or it was an attempt to describe what the issue was, and I don't know which was the case.
Thank you, that can come down. Can I turn to the local suspense account bug? Were you involved in work conducted in June 2013 to create a timeline of events concerning the discovery of the bug and the Post Office's response to it?
If I've got the bug right, then I think I was. I think there's other correspondence where I was asking Gareth Jenkins if he could construct a sort of a columnar analysis of what would things look like at each stage of it. So if that's the one that you're asking about, then yes.
Can we look, please, at poll 30029641? And if we scroll to the foot of the page, please. 3rd of July 2013, an email from Roderick Williams to you and Leslie Sewell, copied to others. Timeline of local suspense problem. Here's my summary of a call with Andy Wynne, and he was to amend or correct as necessary. The issue, and we're talking about the local suspense bug here, first issued at the Post Office Finance Centre on the 6th of February 2012 at the close of a branch trading period. Yes?
Yes.
And then, second bullet point from the bottom, not perceived to be a significant issue given the small number of branches affected. And last bullet point, a sub-postmaster contacted MBSC to report the same discrepancy in branch trading as the previous year. Yes?
Yes, I can see
So the
that.
timeline suggests that the first that the Post Office knew of the bug was the 6th of February 2012. Yes?
Yes, it looks like that, yes.
And we can see from this email that the Post Office knew that 13 other branches were affected, but didn't regard the issue as significant given that number of branches being involved. Yes?
Yep.
and that then in 2012 they didn't pass the problem to Fujitsu, but only did so when a year later the same problem came up again, yes?
Well, I don't know whether there was any reference to Fujitsu earlier or not.
So I should have gone over the page.
It's not included in this timeline, clearly.
Just go over the page, please. I should have read you the NBSC passed this on to Fujitsu.
Right.
Yes?
Yep.
Can you help us as to who within the Post Office knew about the suspense account bug following its discovery in February 2012?
No, I don't know who knew about it, no.
In 2013, when, amongst other things, you were copied in on this email, did you make it clear to your line management or to anyone else that the Post Office had first discovered the suspense account bug in February 2012, actually a year before Fujitsu knew anything about it?
I don't know whether I did that, I don't know.
To the extent that the Post Office suggested on and after publication of the Second Sight report that it knew about the local suspense account bug because of Second Sight's investigation, that would be wrong, wouldn't it?
Sorry, Tom.
That would be a wrong. To the extent that the Post Office made a suggestion that it only knew about the local suspense account problem because Second Sight were revealing it to them.
Yeah, that would be wrong.
Be wrong.
Yeah, we clearly knew about it. I don't know how many people knew about it, but the Post Office and me clearly knew about it before from these emails, yeah.
And it would be an incorrect, a false impression to create that it was Mr. Jenkins revealing these issues to Second Sight rather than the Post Office already knowing about them for years.
Well, it seems, I don't know why Gareth as opposed to Post Office, I don't know why the sequence of events of who raised it with them was what it was. I don't know if Second Sight had asked the question, had there been some bugs that were known about? And for example, my Ismay report did refer to certain things in there that which predated these. If Second Sight had asked, I would have thought the Post Office would have responded and not waited for Gareth to respond. So I don't know who raised something first or not with Second Sight.
Can we turn to the Calendar Square or Falkirk bug? That document can come down, thank you. Were you aware in June and July 2013 that the Post Office had known about the Calendar Square bug right back in 2006?
I'm aware now, looking at all this information, there's so much, and I used to get 200 emails a day. I can't remember what I got at a time and what the dates were, but I can see, I think from some other evidence that you've shared, that Post Office knew of something else back in, whether it's 2005 or 2006. And is that what the Calendar Square bug was?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, we can look at it at FUJ 308 3721. And if we scroll down, thank you, Anne Chambers to Mike Stewart, about Calendar Square in 2006. Yes?
Yes.
Can
I
you
don't know which company they worked for, though. Are they both Post Office or Fujitsu people? Or?
Can you help us, please, as to your knowledge of how high within the organisation knowledge of the Calendar Square or Falkirk bug went in 2006?
Oh, sorry, I've got no idea.
When did you first become aware of it?
I don't know when I first became aware of it. And if you hadn't shared all this information with me, I don't think that the name would even have been in my head. So I could only go from whatever dates, documentation's in here. I'm sorry, but I got so many things that I was involved in. I can't remember, sadly, even given the gravity of some of these issues, I can't remember them.
Thank you, that can come down. Were you aware of a move at about the time of the Second Sight interim report, in fact in the months leading up to it, that senior management in the Post Office decided to move from a position that there were no bugs in Horizon to a position saying, yes, there may have been some known bugs, but none of them in fact disadvantaged sub-postmasters.
I can't remember that, but I can clearly see it in some of the correspondence that you've shared with me or that I've seen on social media in the last few days.
Were you party to discussions that we need to pivot our position corporately from the no bugs position to, yes, there are bugs, but it's just like every computer system. It had bugs in it and has bugs in it, but none of them disadvantage sub-postmasters in any way?
I don't know if I was party to that, but I would, sat here now, I would say, yeah, all systems have got problems in them.
I'm talking about the pivot, the change in approach.
Right, okay.
Were you party to discussions and decisions that this is what the Post Office needed to do in the run-up to Second Sight?
I don't know, I can't remember that I was, but I don't know.
Can we look, please, at poll 0010 5632? This is in end of May 2013. It doesn't include you on the distribution list. It's from Olwen Lyons to Paula Venables, copied to others. James' brief, I think this is in readiness for a meeting with James Arbuthnot MP. Paula, the only thing that's not in the brief for James is our move away from, quote, there are no bugs in Horizon, to, quote, there are known bugs in every computer system this size, but they're found and put right, and no sub-postmaster is disadvantaged by them. It would be good to be able to go on and say, all has been wrongfully suspended or prosecuted. Again, were you a part of a team or a group of people that discussed moving from position A to position B?
I can't recall being part of one, no. I was involved in all sorts of meetings on all sorts of different topics with all sorts of people, but so I'm sorry but I can't remember being in one.
You can't recall being part of a group or a team that were essentially giving instructions or giving information to managers and directors above you that we need to pivot here, we need to change direction?
I can't remember being part of that, no.
Okay, that can come down, thank you. Were you aware, after the publication of the Second Sight report on the 8th of July 2013, of legal advice being given by an employed barrister called Simon Clark?
No, I've read, and I know he's been here recently, so I've seen all sorts because I've happened to look at some things, but I don't think that I can remember in any involvement or awareness of either him or the other gentleman, whether I've had documents, Mr. Altman. I don't think either of them were things that I don't think I'd got any involvement or awareness of.
I'm not, in the interest of time, going to take you to Mr. Clark's advice of the 15th of July 2013. It sounds that you're now familiar with it. Essentially, he said that the expert from Fujitsu, Mr. Jenkins, upon whom reliance had been placed by Post Office in written witness statements in a series of cases, and who had given evidence orally in one case, Seema Misra's, his evidence was fatally undermined, that he couldn't be used as a witness in relation to any more prosecutions concerning sub-postmasters, because he had breached his duties to the court in failing to reveal his own knowledge of bugs, errors and defects. Okay?
Yeah, so I've seen that. I've read the two reports that have been shared with me in the Rule 10, which cover that, yes.
Is this something of which you ought to have been made aware at the time?
Well, I wasn't leading prosecutions or disclosures, so I'm not sure that it is something that I should have been made aware of. You can say that I did that report, collated that report back in 2010, but I moved on and my job was covering all sorts of stuff of managing a broader finance service centre, putting in accounts payable functions and other things, and my job was kind of further away from all of this, so I don't think that there was a reason that I should have been made aware of it, because I didn't have a role other than being called back for subject matter expertise on spot reviews and the suspense account.
I'm not suggesting that you had any responsibility for prosecutions,
right,
and that you needed to be told about it in that capacity.
Right, okay.
But you, as an individual, were continuing to place reliance on what Gareth Jenkins had told you, weren't you?
Well, Gareth did lots of things supporting our Pulse app system as well, so he was somebody who did various change deliveries for lots of things on central finance systems. So he was somebody that my team had a lot of dialogue with. My team wouldn't have been relying on him because we weren't leading prosecutions. We wouldn't have been relying what he did or didn't do in courts wouldn't have been a matter for the operational running of my team. It's a separate thing totally.
You'd relied on him in your report, hadn't you? In one of your appendices, you essentially cut and paste or exhibited
so in
what he had said about the integrity of Horizon, hadn't you?
I've somewhere, yeah, is that in a 2010 report?
Yes,
yes, right, yeah, I've included something from him in that, yeah.
Would you accept that the information from Mr. Clark, and supplemented by Mr. Altman, who had concluded that Mr. Jenkins was a tainted witness and his position was untenable as a witness, amounted to an acknowledgement that the Post Office's evidence as to the integrity of the Horizon system was unsafe, didn't it?
Yes, it does, but you're referring to my report as well in there, and my report was an internal document, not something that was part of a court case. I'd prepared something that was for internal use at the MD's request, not knowing the wider context of how this was suddenly going to become such a pivotal thing people keep referring to in lots of contexts.
At all events, you were not made aware of either Mr. Clark's advice or Mr. Altman's general review?
No, I don't think I was, no. I don't think I was.
Thank you. Can we turn to some broader issues, please? And look firstly at your witness statement at paragraph 7, please.
I take it you mean the second one?
Yes, second witness statement, please. Thank you. Paragraph 7, which is page 3. You're here dealing with, in this part of your statement, your recollection of your involvement and giving instructions in relation to the Cleveley's case involving Julie Wolstenholme, yes?
Yep.
And you say in the 4th line, my recollection is that I asked members of the IT Directorate what their view was about such articles, and that Cleveley's came up in the conversation with the IT Directorate firmly of a view that criticism was unfounded. Yes?
Yes.
You say a few lines further on, my recollection is that Post Office Head of IT, Dave Smith, didn't agree with these opinions, and he disagreed with the validity of the approach adopted by the IT expert to reach their opinion. Rightly or wrongly, I trusted that internal opinion from someone who I understood to be an expert on Horizon. So you're essentially saying there, if I can summarise, that you became aware of an expert report prepared in the Cleveley's case. You, instead of accepting what was in that report, took your view from the head of Post Office IT, Dave Smith, whom you trusted.
Yes. I don't know whether I'd read the particular reports there, although there's clearly an email where I forwarded one of them and asked somebody else if they'd got the other one. But I relied, and probably sort of the organisational culture was that you don't all try to second guess what somebody else is doing in the management team. I trusted somebody who understood, was an expert, who'd overseen the sort of implementation phases and go live of that system. That may have been wrong in hindsight, I accept. Maybe I should have been more sceptical. But I trusted Dave's judgment at that time.
Why were you involved in the Cleveley's case at all?
Well, I'm not sure that I was involved in the Cleveley's case. I think in my role in risk, because I could see these comments being made in press cuttings, I think I approached Dave to ask him about, well, what do you think about these things I can see in the press? And I think he would have then raised Cleveley's in response to that, to say, well, particular topics were raised in that one and it was just totally unfounded. So I think that was the context of which I became aware of the Cleveley's case. I wasn't involved in the case. It was an awareness of it, I think.
I mean, you tell us here that you, a little further down the page after the second bit of highlighting, you escalated counsel's opinion to David Miller.
Yeah.
Why were you doing that? What had that got to do with you?
Well, I think something had been sent to me. There's some sort of email in the pack that indicates the finance director wasn't there at the time. Somebody had been trying to share something with him, so they came to me. And given that the finance director was on holiday, I think, at that time, or he certainly wasn't there, then whatever it was that people were trying to escalate to the finance director, I must have decided, well, in his absence, I'm going to escalate this to the chief operating officer, because this is something that clearly was intended for director level.
You say, if we go over the page, please, to page 6 and paragraph 12, that your understanding was there had been a large team of experts involved in developing the Horizon system. It had undergone extensive testing, and that the independent consultancy Gartner had reported positively on the deployment of the system. I do not believe I took any further action in relation to the concerns raised in Mr. Coyne's report, nor were you asked to. The organisation responsibilities agreed for you at the time focused on financial services, regulatory compliance, etc.
Yes.
If the Horizon system was a priority, it would have been a responsibility for IT, yes?
Yes.
Why did you decide that the Gartner report and its contents were more reliable than another report, that of Mr. Coyne, that raised issues about the integrity of Horizon?
Perhaps because of false reliance on the tone from Dave Smith, where I think Dave, I would have had no idea what consultancies had been involved when Horizon was deployed, but I think it would have been Dave that raised with me that there was this report, this analysis that Gartner did. In hindsight, you can look at it and say, well, what happened about looking at Mr. Coyne's?
And what was the approach taken at the time to Mr. Coyne's report? Did anyone investigate the concerns raised in Mr. Coyne's report?
Well, I presume from the way that Dave Smith replied to me at the time that he didn't, he thought that the approach to it and the conclusions were inappropriate. I presume that he'd looked into what Mr. Coyne had said.
Can we move forwards in time, please? And look, please, at poll 00326799. And start by looking at page 4, please. This chain of emails sorry, if we can scroll down, please. Sent by Andy Hayward, and then if we scroll up, please. Thank you, stop there. In February 2010, from Andy Hayward to Mandy Talbot, and amongst others, you. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
With the subject heading of challenges to Horizon. Yes?
Yes. Yes.
It says, following our conference call today, so it seems like at the end of February 2010 you had a conference call about challenges to Horizon. Below is a brief summary of the agreed key activities to progress next steps. Yes, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And then if we scroll down to number 2. Information security. SL and DK, do you know who that's a reference to? Sue Lowther, perhaps?
I would imagine it's Sue Lowther and Dave King.
Dave King, okay.
I think.
To conduct initial investigations and provide terms of reference outlining remit and requirements to carry out a full investigation, resource timescales and any associated ancillary costs, and the agreement by all that Dave King and our banking consultant, we have far more expertise and knowledge than anyone else is likely to produce for this initial piece of work. And then 3, subject to the agreement of 2, conduct full investigations into integrity issues with conclusions and a report to be provided. Once investigated and conclusions drawn, gain external verification to give a level of, quote, external gravitas to the response to these challenges. Recommend Ernst & Young as the most suitable partner to complete this, to be advised. And then if we scroll up, please. Can we make sure that Rob Wilson is kept appraised? Yeah. And then scroll up a little further, please. Just to the first line of Mr. Wilson's reply. If it's thought there's a difficulty with Horizon, then clearly the action in the memo is not only needed, but it is imperative. Can you help us? There's a reference there to a conference call having taken place on that day, the 26th of February 2010. We haven't got a minute of it, and this is the best evidence, I think, that we've got as to what was discussed and what happened. Can you recall joining a conference call about Horizon integrity issues in February 2010?
No. I was involved in loads of conference calls. There's some weeks I was back-to-back on conference calls all week, but what they were, I'm sorry. You know, you could ask me where did I go on holiday that year, and there's all sorts I can't remember from then. I can't remember being on a call about challenges to Horizon, but clearly I'm CC'd on something referring to it, so I must have been, but I can't remember. The
Do you know what prompted a decision to conduct a, quote, full investigation into Horizon integrity issues?
No.
If we just go back down to look at what the agreed actions were said to be. Keep going, please. There, stop. Under 2, information security to conduct initial investigations and provide terms of reference outlining the remit and requirements to carry out a full investigation. So it was going to be, it seems, a pre-investigation to settle the terms of reference and remit of a full investigation. Right. Yes?
Yep.
And 3, then conduct full investigation into integrity issues. Can you help us? What would have prompted a decision to conduct a full investigation into integrity issues?
Well, I don't know what prompted it. I can only assume that because of allegations being made in cases, that it must have been a response to that.
Was such a full investigation carried out?
Well, I don't know.
Well, you would know if one was, wouldn't you?
Well, possibly. As I say, there were so many things that were going on, so many reviews of different things, but I can't remember one. And I think the tone of what you get further down from Rob Wilson seems to lead on to kind of challenging the review.
Yeah, he says plainly it's got to be done, but, and then he lists, I think, 5 buts.
Right.
Yes?
So I don't know if I don't know if an investigation...
You know very well that no investigation was carried out, and instead what happened was you were asked to report and provide a one-sided view, weren't you?
Oh, no, so I was asked to put the reasons for assurance in a context where a new managing director had heard allegations, and my recollection is being asked to put together, well, what's those other reasons, that why do management feel confident about the system? So, and that was a gathering of and it wasn't an audit, it wasn't a testing of stuff, it was gathering assertions of what elements of the training infrastructure, the call centre environment, other things that are well documented in that report, of reasons that these are things that reasons why one might have confidence in the system. That was what I was asked to put together and what I did. So you're probably right, there probably was no review on the back of this one, and maybe it, further down the line when Dave came in and asked, I can hear all this in the news, what's the other side of the story?
You, according to this email chain, had been part of a conference call, the outcome of which was to set up a train of events that would have led to a full investigation of Horizon's integrity with external verification. Agreed?
Yeah.
And I'm asking you to help us. What happened to that agreement?
I don't know. Sounds like nothing happened.
Can you help us as to why? Was it Mr. Wilson's intervention?
I presume so. I don't know.
Did you understand Mr. Wilson's intervention?
Well, looking at it now...
We scroll up to it.
Yes, let's
see
what his what was his intervention. Let's see it again.
Scroll up, thank you. So the first line is, if it's thought there's a difficulty, then not only is a full investigation needed, but it's imperative. And then he sets out what I've described as 5 buts.
Yeah.
The consequence will be that to commence or to continue to proceed with any criminal proceedings will be inappropriate. That's but 1. You can read the rest of that paragraph to yourself. Paragraph 2, what's being suggested is that an internal investigation is conducted that will be disclosable as undermining evidence on the defence in the cases proceeding through the courts. That's but 2. Inevitably, the defence will argue that if we're carrying out an investigation, we do not have confidence in Horizon, and therefore to continue to prosecute will be an abusive process. But 3. Alternatively, we could be asked to stay the proceedings. But 4. The potential impact is much wider for the Post Office in that every office in the country will be seen to be operating a compromised system with untold damage to the business. But 5. And then scroll down, please. To continue prosecuting offenders knowing there's an ongoing investigation could also be detrimental to the reputation of my team. If we were to secure convictions in the knowledge that there was an investigation, we'd be open to criticism and appeal to the Court of Appeal, who will be highly critical of any prosecutor's decision to proceed in the knowledge that there could be an issue with the evidence? Is it those 5 things that stopped an independent investigation in its tracks?
I don't know, probably.
Well, you've been party to a decision to carry out an investigation that was going to be independently verified. You must have thought, well, hold on, why isn't this happening? It's quite a big piece of work. Horizon integrity would be on the line. Are we going to do it or not?
I think that we've got so much. In hindsight, I mean, this is massive. The whole topic of Horizon, obviously, in the context of this inquiry and what happened to people. But there were so many things that were going on in changes within the organisation that this would have been one of many things leading to possibilities of reviews for stuff. My team in the Finance Service Centre, or Product and Branch Accounting as it was called, probably at the time of this email, were constantly subject to reviews of different things. And so a meeting suggesting a review here, there would have been lots of meetings about lots of different reviews that were going on. And sadly, in the context of all of those different reviews going on, not everything went ahead. My team was relentlessly subject to reviews ahead of pre-privatisation, ahead of efficiency reviews, continual headcount reduction targets. It's just relentless reviews that were going on in my team.
So that's an hour or so gone. Can we take the second break until 12:20, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. In my excitement, Mr. Ismay, I went too fast through some of the Cleveley's material. Can we just go back a little bit and look at a few more documents on that? I've asked you so far about how you responded to the Jason Coyne report,
right,
and the assurance that you took from Post Office's own IT.
Yes.
Can we look at some documents at the time, please? Poll 0015 8511. We can see from the top of the page there that this is a chain of emails that was eventually sent to you in July 2004, yes?
Yes.
If we look at the foot of the page, please, we can see an email from Carol King to Jim Cruz, who was the lawyer in the case, acting on behalf of the Post Office. And she says, I've read the notes and spoken to Jennifer Robson about this case and wonder if you could clarify something for us, please. If we were to settle, and we're not stating at this point that we will, could we ask for this to be without prejudice and settle without admitting Horizon was at fault? There have been a number of postmasters who've not been able to use the equipment, though trained fully at the time of installation, and it's frequently been used as an excuse for errors. We would not want this case to set a precedent for similar cases in the future. Carol King, was she part of your department at that time?
Not at that time. When I took over the product and branch accounting team, I don't know, a couple of years after that, she was part of my team then, but not in 2004. I think I was managing the branch audit team then, and Carol wasn't part of that team.
If we scroll up, we see at the top of the page that this email chain was sent to you. She says, Rod, as before, cheers, Carol.
Yep.
It appears that Carol King was asked by you to send her this correspondence, wasn't she?
Yep, looks like it, yep.
And that, late July 2004, was at the time that a settlement was taking place, wasn't it, of the Cleveley's case?
It looks like settlement was going on. Well, no, the settlement correspondence is March in this email, so that thing to me is 3 months later. So I don't know when the settlement was going on, but that email's 4 months later.
If we go back down the page, the part about sub-postmasters not having been able to use the equipment despite being fully trained and using that as an excuse for errors and not wanting the Cleveley's case to set a precedent for similar cases in the future, was that a concern of yours?
Well, I don't know. I think I expect that me corresponding with Carol would have come about from the same reason as me looking at press cuttings and saying to Dave what's going on with these allegations here. And similarly, I probably said to Carol, because she didn't report to me, we were based in the same building, I probably said, well, I'm new, what was this case? What was Cleveley's, or what is Cleveley's?
But weren't you involved in July 2004 with taking the lead in getting a settlement agreed within the Post Office?
I don't know, was I? No.
I'm finding out at the moment why these questions were being asked in March 2004 about a concern that settlement of the case might set a precedent. Was that something that you were concerned about?
I don't know. I don't know whether I was, but I can see from other correspondence that's related to this in the packs that I've had that there was a concern that there'd been a lack of document retention, and if I'm referring to the right case, such that Post Office couldn't respond to something because there was no documentation going back, and it looks like it led to a request to Fujitsu to retain documentation for longer. Okay. So me looking at it, it looks to me like post office wanting to set a precedent, but because there was a case where they'd got no documentation to refer to support the case they were making, not that they were confirming that there'd been a problem with the system, they just couldn't get the old documentation back.
If we go to the top of the page and just remember the date and 26th of July at 5:09.
Yeah.
And can we look, please, at poll 0014 2503? Can we see the same date, the 26th of July, and about half an hour later?
Yep.
Yes. 5:48 p.m. An email from you, and just help us with who all of the people are on the distribution list.
So the tool list, so I think Donna Parker was the PA, I think, to Dave Miller.
He was a director.
So David Miller was Chief Operating Officer, I think he was a director. I think Donna was his PA.
Yes.
Mandy, in legal, Tony, Head of Security, and Carol managing a team.
We've discussed.
Yeah.
And the subject is the Cleveley's case.
Yeah.
And you say, Donna, as discussed, here is the correspondence, re the legal case. The first arrow below contains a note from Group Legal today. This is counsel's opinion. The other arrow sections below contain some more background from Carol King. In summary, we suspended Mrs. Wolstenholme. We claimed for the value of these losses. She counterclaimed. Within her claim was, quote, an expert's opinion, which was unfavourable concerning Horizon and Fujitsu. We've lodged £25,000 in court. She has no legal representation, is pursuing the full amount, goes to court next month. Mandy, Peter Corbett's on holiday. I'm now escalating it to Dave Miller. Tony, please can you advise who's leading? Carol, thanks for your correspondence. I think that's the correspondence we just looked at. Please do not circulate this any further than is necessary than to support Dave and Group Legal with the case. You were taking a coordinating role here, weren't you?
Well, I think the email that's off the bottom of the screen refers to the finance director not being there. And what I said earlier was I think I was forwarding this to the chief operating officer in the absence of the finance director. And probably if this was indeed about a decision about making a settlement, I'd expect that would have been something of the gravitas of going up to an authority that would have been at a director level to approve.
Where was the authority to settle level?
Well, I don't know, but I would expect that something of this significance, and I've seen in some other correspondence reference to, which I can't remember what the settlement amount was, but I've seen some other correspondence that says that it was over 100,000, and I'm sure that would have been something that would have been requiring a director to sign that off. I don't know what the delegated authority levels were, but I think it would have required.
And again, why were you taking a coordinating or central role here in this case?
Well, I think this came to me because the finance director wasn't there.
You say at the end, do not circulate this any further than is necessary to support Dave and Group Legal. Why was that?
Well, I don't know why I've said that in there. I think probably there's a sensitivity to names and not wanting wider audiences to be aware of, take even Mrs. Wolstenholme's position in there. They would have been wanting to have a name of somebody in wide circulation around the organisation in respect to them.
Is this effectively you seeking authority for settlement?
Well, no, I think I'm escalating it up. I didn't have a budget. I think at that time I was managing the branch audit team, so my budget would have been the payroll cost of the branch audit team and the cost of running its database. I wouldn't have had a budget and be responsible for the settlement being made in a case. So I'd be escalating this to somebody who would be the budget holder for such a case.
Mr. Ismay, you appreciate that I'm investigating why your footprint or your fingerprints are on a number of Horizon integrity cases across time.
Oh, yes, yep.
And I'm asking at the moment, why are you here? Why are you involved here?
Well, I think for the reasons that I've articulated there.
Okay. Can we move to a different series of cases then and look at poll 0018 4236? And look at page 2, please. We're in the following year. An email from Mandy Talbot to, amongst other people, you. Can you see that?
Yep. Yes, I can.
Under the heading Challenge to Horizon.
Yep.
Can you see that?
Yep. Yes, I can see that. Yep.
And Mrs. Talbot summarises the facts of the Castleton case. Can you see that?
I can see this as about the Castleton case, yes.
And then if we scroll down, a summary of Mr. Bajaj's case. Can you see that?
Yes, I can see that.
And then if we scroll on, please, some issues. In each case, the postmasters are challenging the validity of data produced by Horizon. And the cases became litigious before that evidence could be properly investigated. And then under suggestions, do you see that?
Yes.
Yeah. If we scroll down, please, to number 5, identify current members of Post Office or Fujitsu staff who can provide statements in the 2 current cases which A, validate the system, B, explain the Horizon process from end to end, and C, explain why each and every point made by the defendants is irrelevant or can be explained. Again, why were you involved at this stage?
So I think at this point, I think so when I joined Post Office, I took over a team that included the branch audit team. For a brief period of time, I'd also got the investigations team with me. And I think at the time of this case, so I wasn't close to the detail of particular cases, but my understanding, and I realised this changes in light of what other attendees at this hearing have said, I understood, and it was shared with me in the witness, the pack for the previous hearing, that there was a branch in this correspondence where the auditors went in and the safe door was open, the doors to the branch were open, and a whole chain of events which somebody's now said, oh, that was a template, I shouldn't have used that template for it. But I was in a position where I'd got the investigations and audit team reporting to me. They were saying that they'd had reasons to go to a particular branch, they'd had findings when they were at the branch, and then suddenly we were on the receiving end of a counterclaim when there was lots of evidence, or evidence that the Post Office believed was evidence of there having been a loss in the branch.
But Mr. Ismay, can I just try and cut through things and ask, why were you being asked through the distribution of this email chain to you to contribute to the suggestions made by Mandy Talbot?
Possibly because Tony Uttin reported to me at that time, who's in that chain. So it would be quite common that somebody would be CC'd if you were in a bit of correspondence, your boss might be CC'd in it as well, or so.
So a lawyer is raising 2 cases in which sub-postmasters have separately made accusations about the reliability of the Horizon system. And she says we need to identify people in Post Office or Fujitsu who can explain why each and every point they've made is irrelevant or can be explained.
Yes,
is that the approach that Post Office took generally?
Well, I think
if somebody raised a problem,
we
need to explain why it's irrelevant or can be explained away.
I'm not sure that was the case. But clearly, I could see in hindsight we didn't listen, and I've said in my statement there's a failure of listening.
Failure of?
Organisationally, a failure of listening to the allegations that were being made.
Would you agree that the way that's formulated in paragraph 5 is particularly closed-minded or deaf? That does look closed-minded, but people in the organisation, just like my conversation with Dave Smith, had got lots perhaps misplaced confidence, misplaced faith in Horizon, but lots of things about the whole way it had been designed, rolled out, tested, test environments, lots of stuff that would have been reasons that made the organisation and individuals in it more assured about the system. This formulation in paragraph 5, do you agree, presupposes that the Horizon system had no issues or bugs within it, doesn't it?
Well, it's looking for people who can provide statements to validate the system. So in point C, I guess point C does say that, yes. Yeah.
How did the Post Office, in fact, satisfy itself that the system had no bugs in it, and why each and every point made by defendants was either irrelevant or could be explained away?
I would think either because if an allegation about the system was quite clear, then maybe that could be explained as not an issue for certain reasons. Often, I think the response was, well, Horizon must be wrong. And it wasn't pinpointing, well, what is it that's wrong? So my involvement in awareness of cases was often more about the high value cases. So we'd be talking like 6-digit cases that we're going through. We'd have a belief that there were indicators of suspicion that had caused auditors to go out to a branch. There were often what were confessions at branches when the auditors went out there. And as I've said in my statement, I would talk to sub-postmasters and representatives of sub-postmasters a lot. And I know there'll be listeners who don't believe what I'm about to say, but I felt passionately about sub-postmasters and did a lot to try and make stuff easy for sub-postmasters to do their work. I'm absolutely passionate about it. And as I've said in my statement, I'd got people from the NFSP and other multiple partners who were confident that they were users of the system, their staff were users of the system, and they weren't experiencing the issues that were being raised or feeling that there were issues to be raised. So this may be wrong, just like I could have had misplaced confidence in what Mr. Smith was saying to me, but when you've got representatives, the trade union representatives of sub-postmasters and individual sub-postmasters saying, I don't have a problem with the system, it works fine for me, that, possibly wrongly, amplified itself to lead to a view that, well, the minority of cases where there's an allegation about the system can't be right. You know, and that's, I can see that's wrong. So, but there was that amplification of lots of people saying the system works for me. Many.
Is the truth of the matter revealed by the sentence 2 paragraphs above suggestions, where Ms. Talbot says, if the challenge is not met, the ability of Post Office to rely on Horizon for data will be compromised and the future prosperity of the network compromised? That's an irrelevant consideration, isn't it, in whether or not we investigate fairly and impartially, or whether there is substance in the complaints made.
Yeah, sure.
Do you agree?
A case should be looking at the individual in the case and hearing what's going on in there. That should be separate to the specifics of that case. Commercially, the fact is an organisation would be concerned about that, but that should have been kind of separate to the case. Yeah.
Bringing that into account is the tail wagging the dog, isn't it?
Well, it does look like that, yeah.
Can we see what was done about this and look at poll 0014-2539? remembering we were just then at the end of November, 23rd of November 2005.
Right.
We're now in the early part of December 2005.
Okay.
And this is a record of a meeting in Coton House in Rugby. Can you see that?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
Or it's an agenda for such a meeting.
Right.
And can you see second down Marie Cockett?
Yes.
Did she report to you?
She didn't at that time. When I took over Products and Branch Accounting, which I think was the following year, she was a report to me then. But I think I took over Products and Branch Accounting in March or April or June 2006, I think. So she wasn't. So I don't think she was a report to me then because I didn't have PMBA then.
Graham Ward reported to Tony Utting, didn't he?
Yes, I think so, yes, yep.
And can you see the purpose of the meeting is set out under background, under the heading Horizon and Integrity?
Yes.
There have been several recent cases where sub-postmasters have cited errors in the Horizon system as explanations for discrepancies in their accounts, either as part of a challenge against the termination of their contract or challenging the right to recover error notices, transaction corrections from their remuneration. Recently, a letter was published in the Sub-Postmaster asking readers to send in details of incidents where they believe Horizon caused errors in their accounts. Lawyers acting on behalf of a Sub-Postmaster currently in dispute with the Post Office have written stated they're contemplating a joint action on behalf of a number of current and former Sub-Postmasters. This would challenge the accounting integrity of the Horizon system and Post Office's right to make transaction corrections and recover resulting debts based on Horizon data. In one past case, Cleveley's Post Office settled out of court following an adverse report on Horizon's potential to cause errors from an expert appointed by the court. Fujitsu said that the report was, over the page, not well-founded, but Post Office and Fujitsu were not able to persuade the expert to change it. And then if we go down, please, meeting purpose, to review the above issues and recommend, 1, who manages dealings with sub-postmasters and their lawyers relating to actual potential civil cases, what processes are required to identify as early as possible those cases that have a Horizon aspect, who needs to be involved, how they will be coordinated, are new processes required with Fujitsu to obtain data analysis reports or witness statements for civil cases. 3, is there a need for an independent expert to be appointed in advance who could, on request, provide evidence to the court in such cases? If so, what exactly would the expert's role be? What qualifications and qualities are needed? How will we go about appointing one? What preliminary work would be required to get the expert up to speed? He will be acting as client, briefing external lawyers. And then over the page, what are the budget implications? Would you agree that on the face of this, that's a rather open-minded and fair approach to the issue of how do we respond to complaints about Horizon and its integrity that we are now facing?
Well, it looks like it wants to look at that. I'm surprised that some of the roles aren't clear, though, where it says who leads on particular things, because I would have thought that was clear.
But it's asking a series of sensible questions, isn't it?
Go back up to it.
Yeah, please. Bottom of page 3, please.
Thank you. Yes, yep.
It's saying what information do we need from Fujitsu?
Yes, yeah.
What data, what analysis, what reports? What witness statements are required. It's talking about an independent expert.
Yes.
So it's not the closed-minded approach that we saw previously, is it?
No.
Were any of the people on page 1 required to report back to you? We just go back to page 1, please, in the top.
I don't know if people were required to report back to me.
Would you expect any of them to report back on a meeting like this to you? Given your involvement in particular in Cleveley's and the Castleton case?
Well, I think my involvement in those was not as a prime lead on those cases. So Cleveley's have said I had seen press cuttings that led me to ask questions to Dave about IT systems, and so what was this case that was raising these things, and what do you think about the IT expert opinion that's come back on that? So yes, I did ask about that case and the other case, but that was two cases, and there were lots of cases that were going on, and I was doing lots of other things. So this is significant, the Horizon Integrity, but Horizon Integrity was a matter for the IT team to make sure that the system was robust. So there would be representatives who might have been in teams that I would manage who would go to meetings now and again, again as subject matter experts to contribute to something, but it wouldn't necessarily mean that the line manager needed to get a report of every meeting that everybody went to. So in the big context of where we are today, yes, it looks like something that should have been reported to me. At the time, with lots of people going to lots of meetings, it wasn't the case that one would expect everybody to report back to their line manager about where they'd been to. So in the context of where we were back then, I'm not sure whether it would have been something that should have been reported back to me.
Can we look at the minutes of the meeting, please? Poll 0011 9895. We can see the attendees that in fact went to the meeting.
Right, yeah.
Were any of those in your team?
Well, as I say, at some point, which I think was later than this, Marie became part of, or I took over the team that included Marie. I think possibly Alvin was probably part of my team at that time, I think.
Thank you. And can we go to page 4, please? I'm not going to read all of the minutes, apart from paragraph 4. Appointing an external expert is likely to give the best results in court. The expert will need to be able to testify both on all overall status of Horizon and related systems, and on the analysis of data relating to individual cases may be needed for the Castleton case after February the 7th. Therefore, discussions with Fujitsu should be initiated on the role, terms of reference and access to Fujitsu staff and information for such expert advice should be obtained from Peter Corbett on the desirability of using our external auditors to provide such an expert, even though such a person may be seen as less independent by a court. And then specific actions. Can you see number 5? KB, I think that's Keith Baines. Yes? To discuss the need for, in terms of reference, for an external report with Fujitsu.
Right, yep.
Was the result of this meeting fed back to you?
I don't know.
I
think there's another bit of correspondence that does suggest it was, but I'm not sure. I've got so many documents in my head. I'm not sure.
In any event, in late 2005, were you aware of a decision having been taken that the appointment of an expert who was external to Post Office and Fujitsu, who was independent, was likely to give the best results in court and should therefore be commissioned?
I don't know. I can't remember that, but I wouldn't dispute that an independent expert would be an appropriate thing to carry gravitas and independence in a court case. Whether I knew that at the time, I'm sorry, I've got so many documents and so many things in my mind. I'm not sure whether I did or didn't, but it would make sense.
Yes, apologies for the number of documents. In the inquiry, we like to give people full disclosure.
Yes, yeah.
When he gave evidence, Mr. Utting said that Mr. Ismay, you, should have approached Peter Corbett, the finance director, on where to go with this list of actions. So we asked him,
Right.
who should have made these actions happen? And he said, you. Is that right?
Well, I wasn't at the meeting. I didn't manage most of the people, so...
Why would he think that it was you who had responsibility on where to go with these actions, who should make them happen?
Well, I don't know. I could only imagine that because I reported to the finance director, Peter, who's named earlier, that perhaps he thought I'd be best able to explain these to Peter, but I wasn't in that meeting itself, and I don't know why it didn't just go from whoever led that meeting to Peter. I don't know.
His evidence to the inquiry was that it was up to you to make the actions from this December 2005 meeting happen, in particular in relation to the obtaining of an expert report.
Well, I genuinely can't remember that.
Did you do anything to take any of these actions, and in particular the obtaining of an expert independent report about Horizon forwards?
I can't remember doing anything about that, but it looks like, well, no. I mean, Gareth's not an independent expert, is he? So, no.
Did you bury the actions in order to avoid Horizon coming under scrutiny?
No.
Why wasn't this one taken forwards?
Well, I don't know. I can only say, like I've said before, that there were so many things going on.
Were you concerned that an external report might actually uncover problems with Horizon?
No, I don't think so.
That the Horizon edifice might start to crumble?
No, I don't think so. And I think if there was doubt about the system, then it would be right to have had somebody independent to look at it. So
why wasn't somebody independent asked to look at it?
Well, I don't know. But I don't think that I didn't take these things forward, but I'm not sure that I should have been, that I was the person who should be. This was the thing about Horizon system. There were IT representatives who were on that list of attendees. Presumably somebody whose IT had convened the thing in the first place. I don't know why they didn't take that forward. And I don't know why Tony said it was for me who wasn't at this meeting to be the one to take forward actions arising from a meeting that I wasn't at.
You did report to Peter Corbett, didn't you?
Yes, I did. I reported to Peter Corbett.
So he's right that if you were to approach anyone for authority, it would be Peter Corbett, the finance director, wouldn't it?
If I was approaching somebody, I would approach Peter, but I don't know why it's thought that I should be the person who was taking this forward.
Thank you, that can come down. At the same time that this was going on, the Castleton litigation was rumbling on, wasn't it?
That was in 05 or 06.
Yes.
So,
yes,
right.
Across this period.
Right.
Now, you've already answered quite a lot of questions about the Castleton case. And in particular, I think on the last occasion, I asked you about an email from Mandy Talbot, poll 00113909. And if we scroll down, please, and keep scrolling, and keep scrolling, and keep scrolling, and keep going. So we can see there, that's the end of her email, I think dated the 9th of December. 2006. And if we go back to the first page of the email, I'm afraid it's in a hard copy. If we go down, please. Thanks. 9th of Did I say December? I meant November 2006. And can you see you're copied in there?
Yes,
Yes?
I can, yep.
And she says she's received some very good news about the case.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
I asked you about this last time. If we can just remind ourselves of my questions and your answers. And that the point we're going to come to in a moment is we didn't have your reply last time to this email. We now do. Can we have a look, please, at inquiry INQ 401064? And page 10, please. And you'll see that I'm quoting on the left-hand side page 37 on the internal pagination, line 18 from this email. That last line, the last two lines of that paragraph, quote, "The benefit of having a judgment is that the post office will be able to use this to demonstrate things to the network, and it will be of tremendous use in convincing other postmasters to think twice about their allegations." And then I asked, does that reflect your understanding of the post office's approach to Mr. Castleton's case in general? And you said, it doesn't reflect my recollection of it. However, in the language that's used in that, I would agree it's similar language to the language that's used in the thing that you've shown me that's 4 or 5 years later and is not pleasant.
Yep, yes.
You're cross-referring to the Misra bandwagon email there, yeah? And saying that the language used is not pleasant.
Right, okay, right.
And I carry on, it's again suggesting that the result from a civil case can be weaponized, isn't it? And you say, yes. And I say, postmasters, take note. Look what happens to you when you deign to take us on. That was the feeling, wasn't it? You replied, I don't recall that being the feeling, but that's a fair interpretation or description of the tone of these two lines you referred to. And then if we scroll on, please. And then again. Thank you, and I think that was the end of it. Can we turn, please, to poll 0015-8577? Can we look at the foot of the page, please? And just scroll to a bit of the next page. The Mandy Talbot email of the 9th of November 2006. I've received some very good news, etc. Okay? It's the same email.
Yes, yep.
And if we go to the top of the first page, you replied, Mandy, I would also support your recommendations. Your closing paragraph below captured it very well. You say this should be a considerable addition to our armoury in responding to the number of other cases that may have been stirred up by Mr. Castleton's letters in the Sub-Postmaster magazine. One letter tried to get something like class actions. He certainly had other agents writing in reply to him and suggested more cases. Thanks, Rod. So firstly, you were an important voice in giving Mandy Talbot instructions in the case, weren't you?
I wouldn't give Mandy instructions, but I've fed back in a way that I'm kind of not proud of looking at that reply, but I would not be giving Mandy instructions.
You say that you support her recommendations, don't you?
There's a difference between supporting and instructing somebody. So Mandy must have made a proposal about something and I've agreed with it.
You were an enthusiastic adopter of her advice that the case should be weaponised to use against others, weren't you?
I think we believed that when there were shortages found at Audit, possibly wrongly, my belief from what auditors were saying to me that they'd found was that actually there was a genuine theft of something. So
when I suggested on the last occasion that Mrs. Talbot was seeking to use the result, weaponise it for other sub-postmasters and make them wary of taking the post office on, I obviously had no idea that you would say that it would be an addition to your armoury. That's how you viewed it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I've said, yeah.
Why did you view the post office as having an armoury to be used against sub-postmasters?
Well, I don't know why I've used that language there. That's not pleasant language, but I've said...
Last time you were criticising Mandy Talbot for using unpleasant language, and far from you doing that at the time, you gleefully adopted it, didn't you?
Well, clearly I have in there, and I couldn't remember having said it, but you've produced this email, and I did, so I'm sorry, I'm not proud of what's in that email, but I felt not proud of what you'd showed me before of what other people were saying, and now evidently I've said something similar.
Were your answers that I just read to you on the last occasion truthful, where you suggested that Mrs. Talbot was being unpleasant and that you rather disagreed with what she was suggesting?
Sorry, what do you mean there?
Well, you said, where Mandy Talbot is speaking about using this case against other sub-postmasters
right.
to put them off from taking us on, that was unpleasant.
Yes, that sounded like that, and I couldn't remember the reply that I'd made here, and in light of the reply that I've made here, now that I can see that, which I couldn't remember when we spoke before, I'd say, well, neither of us said something very nice there.
You wanted to use Mr. Castleton's case as something to be used to suppress complaints from other people who were having trouble with Horizon, didn't you?
I understood in this case, and I've hesitated to use the complete narrative out of the witness statement that was shared with me before, but I understood in this case that the safe doors were open, the office doors were open, and somebody came back in a state into the office there, and that there'd been all sorts of audit satisfaction that money had been stolen. So it's, in hindsight, that may have been totally wrong, and what's been said by the person who'd written that witness statement suggests that it was a not a reliable witness statement to have been put. But that was the kind of stuff that was influencing my perspective, where we'd got this particular case in this item here. And I mean, you may not agree with me, but that context of auditors went to a branch because there was some suspicion that led them to go there, and when they found all the doors open and the things that were in that statement, that would reinforce, well, probably there was a theft that happened. And so perhaps wrongly in the whole context of it, that was the context of what was in my mind at the time. And because auditors would also say, we've had confessions in one of these visits, but later on, months down the line, somebody retracts a confession, that wrongly perhaps is amplifying itself into my head, to think, well, if allegations are being made, it's a change of response late in the day, and perhaps is an inappropriate response, and I and others doubted the validity of those allegations that were being made. In hindsight, we should have been listening to them. It was probably a wrong context, but I and others in management were operating in a context where auditors went to branches because there was some suspicion, and the statements that they were getting from them reinforced that suspicion.
Who was responsible for signing off the expenditure of very high levels of legal costs on civil litigation at this time?
I don't know, but I would expect that would have been up to a legal director or board level.
there were costs that had been incurred of some £300,000 on the post office's side
Right.
to seek to recover a debt of £25,000 odd. We've heard previously from Alan Cook that it would have been the network director. He wrongly named Paula Venables as being the relevant network director at that time. Is it right that it would be the network director that would be responsible for signing off the expenditure of legal costs, to your understanding?
Well, I don't know who it was. I would have expected it would have been somebody in the legal line that would have been responsible for signing legal expenses. With something that was of big magnitude, they may well have consulted other people, but I would have expected somebody up the legal line to sign off.
Did the lawyers always have a client, i.e. a non-lawyer, as somebody that gave them instructions?
I don't know.
Were you ever that client?
No. I wasn't a client. I wasn't giving lawyers instructions, and we debated instruction quite a lot in the last hearing. My understanding is that the lawyers would have been defining what was going on in taking forward these cases based on the evidence that had come out of audits and been submitted to them as to whether it was right to take a case forward or not.
Just as a point of information, if we scroll down, please, we can see at this time, November 2006, that Richard Barker was the acting network director.
Okay, right.
Would he be responsible, to your understanding, for signing off the expenditure of large legal fees?
I'm sorry, I don't know. Again, I would have thought that the legal team would have been responsible for signing off large legal fees, but I don't know whether Richard would or not. I don't know.
Thank you. It's 10 past, I think,
Yeah.
1 now. Might we break until 2 p.m, please?
And where do we think we're going this afternoon, Mr. Beer? Because I want to be frank with everyone. Yesterday took it out of me, and I have no intention of sitting beyond our normal finishing time on a Friday, which is between 3 and 3:30.
So, yes,
So I just want everybody to know that.
I've given that information to some of the representatives who might want to ask questions already, so they can calibrate their questions accordingly.
All right, thank you. As I walked in, Mr. Beer, there were smiles in the room, which tends to suggest that people might share my view that we have a truncated afternoon.
No, they were thinking about an entirely different thing, sir. Can we begin, Mr. Ismay, can we begin, please, where we left off, which is about delegated authority for the management of legal claims and settlement authorities and incurment of legal costs, by looking at poll 0029 4897, please. This is a freestanding minute of the 14th of October 2011, and it's a request for delegated authority as regards costs of legal action. And it says we. The context of who the we is isn't completely clear, but it says we request poll IC approval. What would poll IC mean?
That would mean Post Office Limited's investment committee.
And so who was on the investment committee?
I don't know who was on the investment committee, but I think it probably would have been the finance director. I think there would have been one of the business partners in finance, sort of somebody who would communicate and kind of challenge budget holders.
I see.
Yeah. And some of the senior management.
We request Post Office Investment Committee approval for delegated authority to Kevin Gilliland. Very careful over the pronunciation there. I understand I've mispronounced it before. To approve the initiation of legal action and subsequent legal costs in defence of challenges made by shoesmiths. These challenges are on behalf of former sub-postmasters who've been dismissed for financial irregularities and who have challenged the integrity of the Horizon system in their defence. Post Office is at an early stage of action. However, costs of defence for the current letters for action are estimated at X. Current upper estimate of costs, should cases proceed, is X. And then background. Throughout the last 10 years, the Horizon accounting system has been subject to a number of unfounded criticisms in the national press. It's also faced questions in the Houses of Parliament and allegations in court of former sub-postmasters and their legal defence teams. Post Office has consistently won its prosecutions, and presiding judges have made statements which have been expected, which had been expected to deter further baseless allegations. However, the challenges continue to be made. And then under current situation, second paragraph, Post Office had around 20 cases which it wished to take to court, where the defence blamed Horizon. Post Office is confident that Horizon is not at fault. However, some of the predicted legal costs outweigh the debts being pursued. Post Office could not economically justify individual cases, but to abandon such cases risk giving unwarranted credence to the JFSA's allegations. The counterclaims have now brought these to a head. Post Office Legal now has to defend onerous requests from shoesmiths and consider its response. Then underneath, steering group. Post Office has now established a steering group chaired by Rod Ismay and involving representatives of legal, IT, network and security with reference to press office and other teams as considered necessary. Over the page, please. The terms of reference, second paragraph of the group are as follows. To propose to the defined business decision makers and subsequently manage a coordinated litigation plan to address existing challenges and deter future challenges in the most pragmatic and efficient manner. This group to review the status of the overall response and be empowered to make decisions on tactical matters. Were you chosen to chair this steering group?
Well, it looks like it, yeah. Yep.
Do you know why you were chosen to chair the steering group to deter future challenges to Horizon?
I think because I seem to have had a involvement at various points in an understanding of the whole chain of events, and there was quite a rapid turnover of people in different departments, and for better or worse I seem to have been a person who's been there through the whole chain of events, whereas most other functions staff left and joined quite rapidly, and that kind of corporate memory was was lost in many functions.
Or was it because you, as we've seen in 2005, 2006, and again through your report in 2010, were regarded as a pair of hands who would always defend Horizon on behalf of the Post Office?
Well, no, I think I was a common person, as I've said, because of that kind of common knowledge through the whole thing. There's some other stuff that you've got as documents that sort of challenges, like where I'm said this person needs putting through his paces. There were quite a few things that I had as feedback that I wasn't a great chair of meetings, that I'd ramble on and drone on about things. So there were quite a few things that there's other documents that one would be quite surprised that I would be called to lead a group like this.
Were you equipped to lead a steering committee to run the strategy for litigation?
No.
Did you run the steering group?
It looks like I was put forward and probably started something here, but I think that I pretty quickly slipped out of it and other people took this thing forward, as I've seen from lots of other documents. So I don't think that I did this for very long.
Do you remember what you did when you were the leader or chairman of the steering group for litigation?
I can't remember specifically what I was doing in those forums, but I do know that when we had the what's it called, the letter of action that came in from Shoesmiths, I think I was approached for an understanding of what were the cases that were involved in it, because my team, where a case had gone through and there may have been, rightly or wrongly, whatever you call it, a debt that was being chased, often my team would have got the more complete summary of historic cases, whereas legal were focused on cases that were live and future. Sometimes the history of what cases happened a few years ago come to my team because we'd got a record of former sub-postmasters. And I think that would have influenced me being invited into some of these things because of that corporate knowledge that was more complete in my team than some other teams.
At this time, 2011, were you still maintaining the line set out in your August 2010 Horizon report, that Horizon had integrity, was robust?
Yes, I think I was.
And its data could be relied on?
Yes, I think so.
Can we move forward a year, please, to late 2013 and look at poll 0014 6823? And look at the bottom of the page, please. An email from Charles Colquhoun to you of November the 15th, 2013. Excuse me, under the heading Sparrow. Rod, just had a meeting on Sparrow. We need a paper to explain the accounting around Horizon at a high level. One of the points I want to make is that Horizon has few errors with clients. Does such a paper exist? If not, could one be produced next week? High level one. And then up the page, you say on the same day, hi, am on BlackBerry. No document to hand today, but front page of exec summary of paper I did for Dave Smith's Exco still holds good. So stopping there, the front page of executive summary of paper I did for Dave Smith's Exco, that's a reference to your August 2010 report, isn't it?
Yes, I think it is, yes.
And you're saying in November 2013 that the paper, or the executive summary of your Ismay report of August 2010 still holds good, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
Do you think it was right to say, in the light of the knowledge that you had by November 13, that what you had written about the integrity of Horizon still holds good?
In light of what we know now in hindsight, no. I wish that I'd been able to write that and say, but you should note that there were these issues that we've now become aware of But I think with everything that was going on at the time, I've given probably an off-the-cuff response, and I hesitate to keep saying I forget things, but even a couple of years onwards, there's so many things going on, you don't remember everything that happened. But yes, you'd be right to say it would be better if I had thought of those issues that had arisen, and it would be better if this email, if I had put those in it. But I don't think I did think of them, and I clearly didn't put them in there.
Mr. Ismay, you didn't need hindsight to say that. By this time, you had gone through the second sight process.
Right, yep.
And the two bugs that they identified
Yep.
had come to at least your knowledge by then.
Yep.
Excuse me. You knew through all of the documents we looked at this morning that what you had written about remote access was unsupportable. Why were you still peddling the line in your August 2010 report?
Well, because I've just got so many things going on, and I would have kept referring back to that paper, I think. When somebody comes up at short notice and says, oh, I need a paper about Horizon, my natural instinct would be to think, oh, right, okay, yeah, I did one of those a few years ago, I'll refer you to that. I'm sorry.
Did you knowingly regard that as your guiding star, your report, knowing that in fact plenty of information had emerged to your knowledge that directly undermined it?
Clearly other things had arisen that did undermine it, but they weren't resonated in my mind to that level, and that in hindsight.
Why weren't they resonating? Sorry to speak over you.
Yeah, no, I understand, yeah. But I just got so many things that were going on. And I know that in the context of this individual huge matter that the inquiry is looking at, that sounds bad, but I just had so many things that I was doing, and this sort of email wanting something immediately was a common thing on so many topics. Loads of people across the post having loads of things. Can I have this by today? Can I have this tomorrow?
Mr. Ismay, you're answering my question as if, because of the pressure of the moment,
yeah,
you wouldn't have realised that things had emerged in the intervening 2 years that undermined the conclusions of your report. Isn't the better way to look at it that over those 2 years you would have realised that things had emerged that undermined the conclusions of your report? This wasn't a snap decision to be made in replying on a BlackBerry, was it? It was a drip over those 2 years. That meant you knew that your report had been substantially undermined, didn't you?
Those things did undermine my report, but this is a small number of emails out of hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands of emails that I was getting, and I was being asked to respond to lots of stuff at short notice, and sadly, sometimes I didn't put all the things together that were in there, and I did, sadly, kind of constantly have that thing in my mind of, well, there were all these reasons for assurance that were articulated, and the, whatever you call it, the 14 bug and the 64 bug did get fixed. And so, because technical changes had been done to stop the recurrence of them, sadly, they probably went off my radar a bit, thinking, well, that's been sorted, when in this context, we should have been looking at it, even though they've been sorted, they weren't sorted at some point in time, and so in the kind of whole time frame, we should have still been considering them. But I think because I was very focused on operational processes of today, how do you keep today's operation going, I was often looking at, well, if a problem's been fixed, what are we doing about today's processes? And that focus on today's processes, I think, was to the detriment of thinking about, evidently, the disclosure of some things that were happening in yesterday's processes. I was absolutely required to be keeping a focus on today's processes, where the product and branch accounting team was on a constant knife edge of how could the daily data processing of what came out of the Horizon system that need to be converted into a format for clients was a constant knife edge of the time to process the files and get that sorted. So I was always, and had to be, very focused on today and the systems that work today. And sadly, that was to the detriment of issues that I did know about systems earlier, but I was very focused on today's systems and today's processing.
Or was it that you were proud of your report and that you continued to trade off it afterwards?
No, it
That
wasn't.
you thought
I
your
think,
stock in the company had risen because you had written a report
no,
defending Horizon?
no, I'd got lots of reports that I'd written. That report, I think I'd probably moved on from. I do accept that there's a thing where in my annual appraisal I've referred, and you've got it, they referred to the chairman saying good report. That had happened, but I wasn't looking at this as my stock. My stock that I rated myself and my team was the satisfaction that we were getting of regular feedback out of forums such as with the NFSP and with multiple partners, where those colleagues in the network were satisfied that the back office efficiency programme and the way that we were improving systems whilst still going through headcount reduction, how we were improving the quality of service in today's service with that. So that was what I rated myself on.
Did you consider it a feather in your post office cap that you were able continually to rebut Horizon claims?
No, I know I've referred to that in that annual appraisal.
Well,
but
let's wait for that question
yeah.
to arise. I'm asking, did you consider it a feather in your post office cap that you personally were able continually to rebut Horizon claims?
No, I don't think I was responding to allegations from sub-postmasters. There was often articles that were coming along and general questions, and I was able to respond with, these are the reasons for assurance about the system, these are the reasons that certain processes and controls work. I was satisfied that I was responding with those things. I wasn't taking satisfaction from closing down an individual sub-postmaster's case.
Can we look, please, at poll 0029 6291? You'll see at the top it's the pre-year end PDR. I think that means performance development review. Is that right?
That's correct, yep.
For you for 2012, 2013. And this is written by you, yes?
That's correct, yep.
And just help us to try and date it, where it says pre-year end PDR.
So I think the appraisal year in the post office was like the financial year to March. So I would probably have written something like this as a pre-year end discussion. Would have probably had a pre-year end conversation with my boss, and I would have submitted that ahead of that conversation. So this would probably have been done in February or March.
So February or March 2013?
Yes, I think so, yes, yeah.
And if we look, you say it's been a good year for you. And then highlights of my year, if we scroll down a little bit, please. Do you see 3 bullet points from the bottom?
Yes, I do, yep.
Which is, I think, the thing that you knew I was going to ask you about.
Yep.
JFSA, praise from chairman for the Ismay report and being able to continually rebut claims.
Yep.
Was the chairman you were referring to at that time Alice Perkins?
Yes.
Was it she that praised you for your August 2010 Ismay report?
Yes, and
when
what
did
I put
she
in the
praise?
statement.
When did she praise you for your August 2010 report?
I don't know, but if I've put it in my 12-13 appraisal, it would have been sometime between April 2012 and March 2013.
What did Alice Perkins say to you?
So my recollection of what she said is in my statement, and I think that she said something like, you're the author of the Ismay report, a good report. I don't remember.
In what context did she say it?
So I think that I was being shown round a building. I think that we'd just moved from Old Street to Moorgate, I think I'd come down and probably the finance director was probably saying, right, let's walk you around the building so that you can familiarise yourself with the new place that we're in. And one of the offices that we went to was where Alice was. And so I think that when we walked into her office, I would have been introduced, this is Rod Ismay, and I think that's what she said in response to that. I don't think there was anything more to it than that.
The second part of the sentence is capable of two interpretations.
Yep.
It could mean A, that a highlight of your year was being able to continually rebut claims, or it could mean B, that the chairman, Alice Perkins, praised you for being able to continue to rebut claims.
Oh, right, okay.
Which is it?
I don't think I'd written it in a sense of that she was praising me for rebutting them. I think I'd written it in a sense of where I was responding to things like press comment and being invited to list out reasons for assurance.
Why was it a highlight that you were able to continually rebut claims?
Well, because I was being asked, Rod, what are the reasons for assurance about the whole control environment here? So a positive for me that I was continually able to, in plain English, describe what the control environment was.
It's a matter of personal and professional pride that you can back claims against Horizon off.
That I was able to summarise control environments in plain English that other people could understand.
Was the answer to my question yes? It was a matter of personal and professional pride to you that you were able to back claims making allegations against Horizon off.
No, it was a matter of pride to me in putting this into it that I was able to describe a control environment to give people assurance about it, which did lead to rebutting allegations that were being made in the press, or the organisation felt that it was rebutting those allegations.
You've, in your evidence just now, badged this up about as relating to press claims.
Yep.
You had been the leading member of the litigation steering group, hadn't you?
Yep.
Is that not what you're referring to here?
I think I'm referring across the whole gamut.
So including, I've been able to rebut legal claims consistently, continually.
I've been able to continually explain a control environment which would provide assurance for whatever.
That's a different thing, Mr. Ismay.
But that's what
I'm a technical person,
yeah,
and yet I have been able, in plain English, to translate technical knowledge into plain English.
Yep.
That's not what you're saying here. You're saying it's a matter of pride to me that I've been able to continually rebut claims, aren't you?
One shortens one wording in things, and no doubt there could have been a whole paragraph written under this, but in a few words that I've got for an executive summary, I've only put a few words in, and you'll see that this is one line out of a 3-page document where the majority of my time was going on other things. What was I proud of in the year? I was proud of the things that were higher up that list in a rank order coming down it.
The Ismay report was prepared in just under 2 weeks, I think we established last time. You were instructed just before the 21st of July 2010 and published to an internal audience on the 2nd of August 2010.
I was given a pretty short turnaround to do it.
Did you receive, sorry, this document can come down, did you receive feedback from other very senior people in the company, short of the chairman herself?
So I think when I compiled and circulated that report to the addressees on it, I think some of them replied to say thank you.
Did you get any pats on the back? Well done, Rod.
I don't know what the email said, but I think they were along the lines of thank you. I don't think they were very long emails, but there was some thanks came back from some of that audience for sharing that report.
We've seen this morning a series of occasions where people have raised the question, should we, and the answer came back, yes, I think we should, get an independent external report into Horizon. Was your report something that essentially put that issue to bed?
I don't think my report would have put that to bed.
Were you asked by any member of the Post Office board for your own view on whether an independent investigation into the reliability of Horizon should be commissioned after your report?
I don't know. I mean, we've got correspondence about people like Deloitte coming in and looking at something. So I was clearly...
Did Mr. Smith, for example, speak to you about whether it was necessary to get an independent report after yours?
Right, so I don't think that I don't think he came to me and said, after your report, Rod, we need to do that. No, I don't think so.
He's told us that there was no merit in commissioning an independent expert or indeed a forensic accountant to test the reliability of Horizon because your report adopted a clear-cut position on that at that point.
Oh, well, I didn't know that he'd said that, but my report was not an investigation. My report was a summary of speaking to different people and different teams to say, can you explain the control environment? Can you explain training? Can you explain how call centres work so that I can kind of summarise what are the things that influence our thinking to think we can rely on this system? So I'd be surprised that somebody would look at that and say, oh, that's actually a investigation of stuff, because it wasn't an investigation, it was a summary of existing understanding.
So you'd be surprised if somebody looked at your document and thought that it was a balanced and fair representation of all of the evidence?
I imagine in the world that the Post Office was working in, people probably read things quite quickly and thought, oh, that answers something, without thinking, hold on, this isn't an independent audit that's been done on this. That might not have gone through the thought process. And it should have, because it wasn't an audit, it wasn't a challenging whether things were true or not. It was taking assertions from different teams to put into a summary of these reasons in these categories are things that give us confidence about the system.
Are you saying that people in the Post Office generally read things too quickly?
I think some things probably were read too quickly. Yeah.
Why was that? Why did Post Office not contain some slow and careful readers?
I think because the Post Office was challenged with the number of things about its whole financial solvency, the restructuring of its network, the deployment of an IT tower strategy to reinvent the whole model of how technology worked across the whole organisation, pay negotiations, constant strikes. There was all sorts of stuff left, right and centre that was, all of these things were really big. And so sadly, I think part of this whole chain of events was, and you know, this will not be assuring and close things for some postmasters at all, but there were too many things going on, too many massive things in the organisation, and sadly I think sometimes that would have led to things not being read or scoped in a particular way that in hindsight one might say, well, I wish that had been done.
Does it amount to this, that on a number of occasions from 2005 onwards, direct consideration was given to obtaining an expert report that was independent of the Post Office, and on every occasion that was raised, it was rejected?
Well, it looks like it. It looks like there's been several points, as you say, where consideration's been given and a third-party report hasn't happened. So yeah.
Instead, your report was commissioned, which I think you've accepted was limited and one-sided.
It could be perceived, and I think I said that it could be seen as having been one-sided, but that was in the context of a new MD who was hearing things in the press and said, right, I'm hearing these in the press, how robust is Horizon? What are these other factors that influence management to think in the way that they're thinking? So yes, it looks one-sided, but the very context of it was, I've heard the other side of it, please give me that other side of it. So
and then,
by default.
Between it being written,
yep.
Over the following years, a series of events occurred and information was revealed to you which undermined its contents.
Yes, yep.
You didn't correct it,
no,
but continued to hawk around its conclusions as if they still held true.
Yes, I did, and with all the things going on, yes, I did, yeah. In hindsight, I might wish that I'd put those R&P issues and others together, but in the heat of the moment with things, no, I didn't. But I did still take comfort from the controls that were narrated. They weren't tested, But the fact we'd got all those things around recruitment, around training, around call centres, around escalation processes, all those things did continue to make me think, well, there are lots of routes for support and control to be in place.
Last topic, please. When you gave evidence in phase 3 last year, you gave evidence about the Misra bandwagon email. Do you remember?
I remember us talking about...
Should we look at the transcript? INQ 401064. And if we can look, please, at page 7, please. And internal, page 28, which is bottom right. We scroll down. Scroll up. Page 28 on the right, thank you. I was showing you the Misra email exchange from John L. Singh, and read the last sentence of it. It's to be hoped that the case will set a marker to dissuade others from jumping on the horizon bashing bandwagon, and put to you that that was a sentiment with which you no doubt very much approved at the time. And you said, I'd been involved in collating that thing about the reasons to be assured about horizon. I would hope that I wasn't using language like horizon bashing. I was focused on reasons for integrity of the system, and clearly there's a number of things that have come out that are contrary to the concept of integrity of it. For language like horizon bashing isn't, well, it's unpleasant language to use again. Yes?
Yep, yep.
I think at the time we didn't have your reply to that email, but we do now. Can we look, please, at poll 0016-9170? And look at page 2, please. We can see John L. Singh's email at the top of the page there, second paragraph. It's to be hoped that the case will set a marker to dissuade other defendants from jumping on the horizon bashing bandwagon.
Yep.
Yes?
Yes.
And then page 1, foot of the page. David Smith, that's the David Smith that commissioned you to write the Ismay report, isn't it?
That's the David Smith, Managing Director.
MD David Smith,
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Forwards that on to you, even though you were a recipient of it originally, but I think adds in Mike Moores, who wasn't a recipient of it, Mike Young, who wasn't a recipient of it, and Paula Venables, who wasn't a recipient of it, and says, Rod, brilliant news, well done, please pass on my thanks to the team. And then up the page, please. You, I think, send it back, that chain, to all of the people that were included on the original chain and add people in, don't you?
Yeah, it looks like it, yeah. Yep.
And say, please note, Dave Smith, the Managing Director, thanks to you all for your work on this important case. Dave and the executive team have been made aware of the significance of these challenges and have been supportive of the excellent work going on in so many teams to justify the confidence we have in Horizon and in supporting our processes. This is an excellent result, and a big thanks to everyone. So far from thinking that the language that Mr. Singh had used was unpleasant, you jumped on the bandwagon too, didn't you?
Well, I haven't used the word bandwagon, but I've forwarded, as Dave Smith asked, forwarded the thanks, and I have referred to the significance and confidence in Horizon. So
you've joined in the backslapping.
Yeah, yes, I have congratulated people for their input to that. Yeah, yeah.
Was it the case that the executive team and the managing director had been watching the Misra case very closely?
Well, it looks like it. I don't know how closely they were watching it, but it looks like they were.
You saw the Misra case, didn't you, as a vindication of what you had concluded in your report, didn't you?
No, I think the two things, you can link them, but I think they were separate. I didn't see the Misra case as a justification of my report. I'd done my report, and rightly or wrongly, I might have been kind of assured that there were those reasons in there. The Misra case was a separate thing to that. I wouldn't see the Misra case as a justification of my report.
You saw it at the very least as a case, the outcome of which justified the confidence that the Post Office had in Horizon, didn't you?
Well, yeah, that's what I've said. The evidence that went into it must have supported the organisation's confidence in Horizon. And Dave's asked me to forward those thanks, and I have, to the wider audience who were in that email there.
Mr. Ismay, thank you very much once again for answering my questions.
Okay.
So the call participants have some questions. I think, given the timing of them, it will be acceptable just to sit through until we finish.
Right? Who's going first?
I think Mr. Jacobs is first.
Right.
I'm not sure I'm switched on there. Mr. Ismay,
Well, I hope you are, in both senses.
Mr. Ismay, can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you,
Okay,
yes.
okay. I'll lower my voice again. Mr. Ismay, I want to ask you about suspense accounts.
Okay, right.
And you deal with that at paragraph 74 of your statement. Could we just quickly put that up on screen? Might be WITN 046-30200, page 33 of 61, please. And while we're waiting for that to come up, well, it's here. I'll read it. 74. Second site posed the question as to whether SPMs may have paid for alleged shortfalls that became profits in Pol's or its clients' suspense accounts. I was involved in compiling Pol's responses to that question, and Pol 00025783 included product examples, process explanations, and a rationale for why this was considered not to be the case. So if we could now go to that document, that's POL 000-25783. You might be familiar with this document, Mr. Ismay.
I remember lots about suspense. I don't know that particular document,
Okay.
but yeah, it'll probably remind me when I see it.
It'll come up on the screen
Yep.
in a second. So here we have it.
Yep.
I'll just go through this summary quickly, just so you will be familiar
Yep.
with it. So reading through, second site's principal concern is that credit amounts in the suspense account are absorbed by Post Office as profit rather than being returned to branches to balance out losses in those branches. That's what second site were concerned with,
Yes.
and that's what you were addressing.
Yes.
Whether the cost of the unresolved discrepancy between the Post Office and the client, whether held in the suspense account or otherwise, falls on a branch is not necessarily dependent on the position between Post Office and its clients, but principally turns on the actions of the branch in the following or in following or not the correct branch accounting process. So the discrepancy is down to whether the sub-postmaster or their assistants made an error, is what you're saying here, isn't it?
Yes, I'm saying there would have been some anomaly in recording something. For example, recording a deposit as £20 when it was £10 or something like that.
And then, as set out in Post Office's previous paper, as long as the sub-postmaster submits the applicable evidence from their branch records to show there was no error on their part, that they followed the correct branch accounting processes, Post Office will not charge that branch or will withdraw any related charge arising from a discrepancy, even where a client maintains that there is a discrepancy. So here, what you're saying is that the sub-postmaster has to prove they didn't make a mistake in order not to have to pay.
Well, I think the sub-postmaster, we would expect to provide something because we wouldn't know what the sub-postmaster did. We would only see the record of what the sub-postmaster had recorded in Horizon. We would only see the record of what paperwork got sent to the check processing unit, for example.
But it's proving a negative, isn't it?
Try and make it, sorry.
They've got to show they didn't make a mistake in order to get themselves out of trouble.
Right, yeah.
And then finally, Post Office's processes are therefore designed so that sub-postmasters are not disadvantaged by the operation of its suspense accounts, and if operated correctly, Post Office will not take into its own profit money that should have been credited to branches. So if the sub-postmaster doesn't make a mistake, Post Office don't take the cash effectively.
Yep.
Right. So now let's move on, because this is really the point I wanted to ask you about. If we go to page 3 in the document, and there's a section that says credits to the suspense account. And you can see the penultimate paragraph. We could just highlight that begins credits in the suspense account that remain unresolved. So credits in the suspense account that are unresolved for 3 years are moved to the Post Office profit and loss account. Effectively, Post Office absorbs these credits as profit. The operation of a suspense account in this way is standard practice for most businesses. This is what you wrote, isn't it?
Yes, it is, yep.
Now, the point that, that our clients want me to put is that it's never a profit, is it? What money that is held in a suspense account cannot be a profit, can it?
The money that's in the suspense account, the examples that I worked through, showed that often a client would say that they were owed a certain amount. The Post Office record said a higher amount. And so if the client said, no, you don't owe us that amount of money, then we did take those amounts to profit. But we would, in my team, in the product branch accounting team, I know where people would look at as many records as they could to try to make calls to individual branches to find out was this something that should be corrected in an individual branch. So
yes.
there would have been a lot of work that went on before.
I accept that, but I accept that you say that. But
yeah.
but the main point, the question that I'm asking you is that what's in the suspense account is money that might make up for a genuine shortfall, so it would balance to zero and then it wouldn't show as a positive, or it's money that belongs to the sub-postmaster because that money was never due, because there was an error in the system. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do see what you're saying. I think there's another layer within that as well, that if there'd been a shortfall at some point and a sub-postmaster had put money in to make a shortfall good and they shouldn't, and then something went the other way, then absolutely the sub-postmaster should get that money because they put money in. But often, I think these things were not that way round, and actually it's the customer's money or the client's money. So if a thing was keyed in the wrong way, then there's not money that the sub-postmaster should take out of the till, because actually it's the customers that should have been credited to their bank account.
I'm talking about sub-postmasters' money here. That's all I'm talking about. Because the money that sub-postmasters paid in to the post office on account of horizon shortfalls that didn't exist, that were illusory, that is their money that the post office turned into profit. And that is what so many sub-postmasters are so angry about, that Post Office took their money. It's a serious matter, isn't it?
Well, that's a serious matter, but my understanding was that we've looked at the 62 and the 14 branch issues. I thought they were narrowed to those branches only. Where things arose in other branches, and we could see that Fujitsu confirmed it didn't relate to those branches, then I think I'll come back to our expectation that this affected the customer or the client. The money that's in the till in a post office, if a sub-postmaster's made a shortage good, then yes, there's a situation that they shouldn't have had to make that good and they should be entitled to the money back. But a lot of errors would arise where something hadn't been a shortage in the first place, and that money is effectively money that, on trust, the sub-postmaster's got it in the till, but actually it's customer money en route to a customer's bank account. It's not the sub-postmaster's money, it's not post office's
Mr.
money,
Ismay,
it's customer's money.
I've got the point. Your wording is the operation of a suspense account in this way, which is it goes into the profit and loss account after 3 years, is standard practice for most businesses.
Right.
These were not, Mr. Ismay, most businesses.
No.
These were financially stricken people who were having to borrow, who were having to find money that they were struggling to find at the expense sometimes of not being able to feed their families. This was an overly rigid corporate approach, and essentially this took money from the postmasters and ploughed it into post office's own profits. That was what Second Sight and Sir Anthony Hooper wanted to find out, isn't it?
That's what they were asking, but we believed that there'd been a missed key, something like that in a branch, and we'd done everything that we could to try to pin down what was the branch. So the examples that I've given in here refer to things where, say, cheque paying in slips were sent in that didn't have the branch number on it. You couldn't. So I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm speaking too fast. Yeah. I'll try to slow down. We did as much as we could, but if there was no record of what the branch number was, and sometimes the cheque processing centre, IPSL, they sometimes raised issues where they received like a blank envelope with cheques in it, and you got no idea which the post office was that had sent them. So,
Mr. Ismay, I apologise, but we don't have much time. I just want to take you finally, because I think this might help you with the answer giving,
thanks.
to paragraph 79 and 80 of your statement, which is WITN 046-30200. And then I'll have a couple of questions and then I'm finished, okay?
Okay, yep.
So paragraph 79, please. And so you're talking about this process. It's page 36 of 61. 79. Here we are. At that time, based on the general but perhaps misplaced confidence in Horizon and its related processes, and in light of the credits or write-offs agreed for the known issues disclosed at Second Sight and referenced in their interim reports, my recollection is that neither I nor Pol believed there were illusory losses, nor that SPMs were paying for alleged shortfalls that generated profits for Pol. Moving down to 80, the last sentence, however, I would be less confident to say what you're saying now, with hindsight, in light of the increased concern about Horizon that has arisen through its inquiry. And through this inquiry. And my final questions for you are these. You predicated all your responses to Second Sight on the assumption that there could never be any illusory loss, because you needed to demonstrate that Horizon was robust, because that's what you said in your report in 2010. That's what you did, isn't it?
Did, but we didn't believe there were illusory losses because we thought the processes worked. And I know there was the 62 and the 14, but we did compensation to those branches to deal with that. So we didn't think that it applied in other branches.
Let me put this to you then. You were asked to respond to a legitimate concern, and you provided a one-sided view, and what you were doing here is you were rebutting, you were not investigating, because you predicated your answers on the presumption that there could not be illusory losses, which suited the post office position. It wasn't a balanced response, was it, Mr. Ismay?
It doesn't look a balanced response, but we didn't believe that there were illusory losses, and therefore the way I've conducted it was to try to summarise some individual product transactions and describe them with the belief that there weren't illusory losses. I wasn't doing it to rebut an allegation about Horizon. I was doing it to describe, if we look at Camelot, if we look at ATMs, look at check, whatever it was, the products that I've narrated in this, in the 4 or 6 page suspense account document, I and my team, we didn't believe that there were illusory losses. We just didn't.
I haven't got any more questions for you, but thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Ismay. My name's Angela Patrick, and I act with Mr. Maloney KC and Hudgell Solicitors for a number of sub-postmasters who were convicted and have had since their convictions quashed. I want to be very quick. I want to ask you about one document. It's Paul 20294-931. And if we can look midway down the page, if we can scroll down a little to start with and stop around here, you see that's an email from Emily Springford, who we know is a lawyer who was in the Royal Mail Group.
Okay, right.
And I think you've been saying this morning you're familiar with the inquiry, you've been following some of the evidence. Is this an advice you've seen before?
Well, it's in my pack, I think, this.
Yeah. I'm going to try and take it quickly. I just wanted to check if it was something you were familiar with. If we scroll down a little way, we can see she's advising on 4 lists of claim that have been received from SOMRA sub-postmasters. We've talked about them this morning, the shoesmiths claims in 2011.
Yep.
This is the 20th of October 2011. And she starts talking about document preservation. But if we can roll up a little way, you see there she's saying, please ensure this communication reaches everyone in your department who has access to or is in the position to create documents relating to the issues being sub-postmaster claims
Yes.
arising in these claims. I've started a list of teams and so on. If we scroll up a little way, we see again she deals with document creation. Sorry, down into her email a little further, please. Over the page. If we go down to document creation, so I can see the end of those bullets, please. Thank you. And you say here she's dealing with document creation, and she says it's very important that we control the creation of documents which may relate to the above issues and which may be potentially damaging to Paul's defence to the claims, as these may have to be disclosed if these claims proceed to litigation. Your staff should therefore think very carefully before committing to writing anything relating to the above issues which is critical of our own processes or systems, including emails, reports and briefing notes. We appreciate this will not always be practical. And if we go to the bullets, she gives some guidance on what she thinks needs to be done to understand whether or not a document might attract legal privilege. And she says, if the dominant purpose of the communication is not to obtain legal advice, try to structure the document in a way such that its dominant purpose can be said to be evidence gathering for use in litigation. Mark every such communication legally privileged and confidential. And then she goes on to give some more guidance. And at the end, she says, where possible and appropriate, copy a member of legal services into the communication and make clear that you are doing so to enable them to advise on the content. Please note that copying a member of legal services into the communication alone will not necessarily suffice. And then just to top it off, she says, if in doubt, call legal services before committing anything to writing which relates to these issues and contains critical wording. And she ends by giving some advice on particular documents they want to be sourced and provided to the legal team. Now, if we scroll right back up to the top of the document, beyond the top of Miss Springford's email, and stop there for a moment. Now, this advice that was coming, Mr. Ismay, from the legal team on privilege in connection with proposed civil proceedings, on the creation of documents which would be critical of post office systems, you'd have treated it with some significance, wouldn't you?
Yeah, yep.
And you would have expected anybody else receiving it to treat it seriously. You're nodding. The transcriber likes it to say yes or no.
Okay, yep.
Yeah. Miss Springford's advice, there she's giving, it's meant to be disseminated by those who read it, who receive it, trickled down and cascaded through the business. Is that right? And if we screen there, her email isn't addressed to you. You're not on the original list of recipients.
Yep.
But in this document, we can see somehow you've received it and you're forwarding it on. You're cascading it. You're sending it to Mr. David X. Gray.
Yep.
Was he somebody in your team?
I think he was in the IT team.
Yeah. So it was being cascaded through the business, wasn't it?
Yeah, so I expect my boss is in the audience for it. I imagine my boss has cascaded it to me.
Okay. And by this point, you knew that some sub-postmasters had been prosecuted by the Post Office on the basis of Horizon data.
Yep.
Including some who were in the shoesmiths group.
Yep.
Yeah. Did anybody ever, whether around the time of this Springford advice or later, cascade down to you and onto your team any advice first about Post Office's continuing duties as a prosecutor?
I don't think about duties as a prosecutor, because that's a matter for the legal team to be considering. So I don't think that people would have approached my team about matters of that.
Separately, did anybody cascade, in the way that this advice was, any advice to you on the relationship between any duties the Post Office might have as a prosecutor and the relationship between those duties and this Springford advice on the care to be taken in relation to documents critical of Post Office systems?
Well, I don't think so, and I say that because my team weren't like the prosecutor, we weren't legal, so I don't think that it would have been relevant to us.
Okay. And did you understand that Post Office had continuing duties towards those that they had prosecuted?
I think my understanding would have been that a prosecution had been completed and that was it. I can see now from all the correspondence that I've had that when one's become aware of something that should have been disclosed, then you need to go back. But I think at the time, I wouldn't have understood disclosure like that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ismay. I have no further questions for you.
Mr. Ismay.
Hello.
Were you the Post Office's gatekeeper for the remote access secret?
No.
It was your team in Chesterfield that actually signed off when Fujitsu sought approval for tampering remotely with branch accounts, wasn't it?
We were one of people approached in that 3 options paper.
No, I'm talking about when routinely Fujitsu would tamper with branch accounts and seek Post Office approval to do so. It was your team that gave that approval, wasn't it?
No, I don't think so.
Well, Mr. Andrew Wynne, when he gave evidence at this inquiry, admitted it. He said this: I could see myself being the voice that would give Post Office limited approval, yes. That's what he said.
Well, we didn't think that we'd got... we didn't think that Fujitsu had got access to do that then.
Well, Mr. Wynne has admitted it. He wouldn't have taken on that role without you knowing about it, would he?
Well, I don't think he did have that role.
You may remember, Mr. Ismay, the last time I asked you questions, I asked you about the Lynn Hobbs email to you and Mr. Granville, which told you about the facility to remotely tamper with accounts. And I asked you why it had only survived in the form of a cut and paste into another email. Do you remember that?
I don't remember your exact question, but I'm aware that thing doesn't have a date on it, and I don't know why it doesn't. I don't know why it's a cut and paste without a date.
Mr. Ismay, you knew that that email had to be deleted, didn't you?
No.
Not only because it undermined your report, the Ismay report, but also, more importantly, because you understood that it undermined the safety of all of those past convictions. You knew that, didn't you?
No.
So you tried to cover your tracks back in 2010, didn't you?
No.
The only email that you left to posterity was the one that Mr. Beer KC took you to this morning, in which you tried to introduce conditionality, as you put it. That's the only email you left for posterity, Mr. Ismay.
No, it's not. And you've, through Post Office, have got access to all sorts of documents. I was very meticulous in my filing that I didn't.
That's the only one in which you admit your knowledge of remote access.
I didn't go around deleting my history of emails on this topic. So
was that email that introduced conditionality another mini whitewash, Mr. Ismay, another attempt at a whitewash?
No, the other thing wasn't an attempt at a whitewash, and this wasn't either.
In 2011, you made a bit of a slip on this. You'll have been given the documents about the 2011 Ernst & Young audit. And of course, as a qualified accountant, you'll understand about audits, won't you?
Yes, I do.
Well, that 2011 audit made it clear that at Fujitsu, there was a failure to keep track of Horizon users and those who could access different parts of the system, yes?
There was a long management letter with those kind of things in, yes, yeah.
To put it simply, that was about remote access, Mr. Ismay. Do you understand that? It was about the control environment, as you would put it.
It was about the control environment, but having looked at, and I couldn't remember it until you sent me that document to look at in the Rule 10 pack, but I'm not sure whether that document in there actually talks about remote access.
Didn't use those words, no.
So does it say that in it?
No, it does not use those words. This is what it says in the executive summary. in the main area for the management to focus upon, the post office management to focus upon. It says this. I won't take you to it because it's short.
Okay.
This may lead to the processing of erroneous or unauthorised transactions. Do you understand the import of that sentence?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I do. Yeah.
All right, now I'm going to just take you to one document, please. It's Poll 0029 5091. And if when it comes up, we could scroll to the bottom half of page 1, please. So if we scroll down, thank you. From Sarah Hall to you and a number of other people, Chris Day, Mike Granville, Susan Crichton, Mike Young, Leslie Sewell, and copied to David X. Gray. RMG ARC paper draft re-horizon urgent for review by Thursday midday. And what it says is the RMG ARC requested a paper on the IT controls and the horizon claims. With input from various experts, this has now been drafted, but it is clearly a sensitive area. So I attach the draft for your review and comments before it goes to the group for circulation to the ARC. She goes on to describe that the meeting is on the 8th of December, and she talks about their approach, the history of the relationship with Fujitsu, what Horizon does. We in Poll are satisfied with the controls around it. Then what we have done to improve the EY IT controls audit, and then finally the position on the claims. All right, so that's making it clear, isn't it, that there's going to be a presentation, in effect, to the ARC committee about these issues that have been raised by the EY audit. Yes?
Yes, looks like it, yeah.
All right, now if we scroll up to your reply, please. Now, bearing in mind, it's been acknowledged as a sensitive area, hasn't it? And what you say is this, in your paragraph 1, you are basically commenting on the slides that are going to be shown in the ARC committee, and you say this, paragraph 1, to add a sentence along the following lines, quotes, the IT control issues identified during the audit did not question the integrity of accounting data in the system. Rather, they were recommendations about the documentation and authorization of changes to the system and about opportunities for streamlined assurance. And now this, and this is your slip, Mr. Ismay. The rationale for this is that the purposes of ongoing RMG criminal prosecution activity, Rob Wilson, RMG Head of Criminal Law, has advised that were that not the case, then current prosecutions would have to be stayed. It is important to make clear EY did not challenge the integrity of accounting data in the system.
Yes, so I say that, and I don't consider that to be a slip. What I would say is that this refers to the changes to systems. The EY weren't saying that the accounting data didn't have integrity in it, and so I was then clarifying and forwarding something that Rob Wilson had said before. So if it was the case that this wasn't identifying errors in the data, we wouldn't want it to look like it was identifying errors in the data because it hadn't identified errors in the data. So it wasn't a slip, it was a genuine forwarding, and for completeness of input from a lawyer on that to clarify that EY hadn't challenged the integrity of accounting in the data, and we wouldn't want somebody to read this and think it was challenging the integrity of accounting data. So
you understood, Mr. Ismay, and you were making it clear to the others that if there were inadequate controls and audit data could not be guaranteed as an authentic record of what had taken place in branch, that there would be massive implications for past convictions. You understood that, didn't you? And you were making that clear in this email.
But in a context of the EY recommendations hadn't identified errors in the data.
Yes, but let's just concentrate on what you understood and what's happened here. Having understood that, you've spoken to Rob Wilson. Yes? You've spoken to Rob
I don't
Wilson
think
and
I'd,
taken...
because Rob Wilson, as we've seen in earlier documentation, had made that indication in that email that Mr. Beer shared about a couple of hours ago in the inquiry. So I don't think I've gone to Rob Wilson on 30th of November 2011 to ask him that. I think I've recalled that thing was something that Rob Wilson had said, and I've referred back to it.
So you'd seen that email chain, had you?
Well, I've referred to that same stuff in the Ismay report.
Yes, okay. Well, there's a lack of controls. That's what you understood from the EY report. And the EY report said that that could lead to unauthorised transactions. So that does affect the integrity of the accounts, doesn't it?
It indicates it could lead to it. They haven't identified that it did lead to it. And I don't think...
You were giving false comfort here to the ARC committee, weren't you? Because you were suggesting that there had been no question about the integrity of accounting data, when in fact the EY report said that there might be unauthorised transactions as a result of the lack of controls.
No, I think I've clarified something, and the ARC would have, I imagine the ARC would have got the whole EY report, so the ARC would be able to read all the things that Ernst & Young had said and have just contextualised this.
You were massaging what the EY report said, weren't you, Mr. Ismay?
No, I think I was clarifying stuff for the reader on it.
And what's more, you knew that Fujitsu could and did tamper with branch accounts, use that remote access facility. You knew that.
No. I've seen emails that thing about option A, B, C that refer to that, but I don't know that it had been built, and I don't know that they used it. I don't know that they used it.
Rob Wilson knew as well. He had received the email, the same one with those solutions 1, 2, and 3, the Friday before Seema Misra's trial started on the Monday. He knew, and you knew, about that facility. This email shows that you and he were deliberately covering up what you knew about remote access, and doing so because you knew about the implications for past convictions, didn't you?
No, and in the answers that I've given to you already, I've explained why that's not the case.
Thank you, sir.
So, unusually, I've got a couple of supplemental questions with your permission, and looking very carefully at the time.
To be snookered by one's own counsel, eh?
I think that was a yes.
I may not listen. Carry on.
Mr. Ismay, it's a continuation of the theme of knowledge of remote access. And it's a series of questions that I ought to have put to you earlier, but didn't. It concerns 2014. Do you remember I asked you about the emerging picture of remote access coming in 2010 in October and November through the showing to you of solutions 1, 2, and 3?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
And then in 2011 as well?
Yeah.
And then again in 2013. I just want to look at 2014, please.
Okay.
Can we, do you remember the Project Zebra report?
Having seen all these documents, it's kind of bringing that back to my mind. Yeah.
Can you remember what Project Zebra was?
I think it was some sort of, it was a Deloitte review. You've sent me, I can't remember exactly what the document
It was
said.
a report commissioned by the Post Office of Deloitte.
Yes, yep, yep.
Which, amongst other things, addressed the Horizon system.
Yeah, yep.
I'm not going to look at the report. I just want to look at the summary of it that was distributed after the report had been delivered to the Post Office. Can we look at poll 303-1409? Can you see that's called Zebra Action Summary?
Yes, I can.
And can you see that it's version 0.3? Yes? Dated the 12th of June?
Yes.
Can we then next look at an email, poll 0034-6958? can you see this as an email of the 17th of June to you, 9 o'clock in the morning, from Julie George, attaching Zebra Action Summary version 0.3?
Yes, yep,
So the report I've just showed you.
yep.
I've tried to call you, Rod, a summary of draft actions arising from Deloitte's recent piece of work on the Horizon system. Clearly no blame attached anywhere, etc. Okay?
Yes, yep.
Can we look at the reports, the action summary that you were sent then, back to poll 3003-1409? And look at page 6, please. And look at paragraph 4.2.2. Under data logging. One point raised in the report was that it was possible for someone with privileged access to delete data from specific areas of Horizon. This was always a risk with individuals using admin or power user accounts and is a persistent risk, one that needs to be catered for in almost any organisation. A number of witnesses to the inquiry have told us that they did not realise, on reading the 2014 Deloitte report, a conclusion expressed, it was on page 31, about remote access and the facility to delete data, a facility owned by people with admin or power user rights. This Post Office summary of the Deloitte report specifically raises that issue, doesn't it?
It does, and that function shouldn't exist. But it does.
It specifically draws to the reader's attention, out of all of the pages of the Deloitte report, that facility, doesn't it?
That does. So is this document that we're looking at, is this something that Post Office has written in response to Deloitte?
Yes.
Right, okay. Right.
It's a summary of actions arising from the Deloitte report.
Okay, right.
This is a narrative part of it.
Right.
And the point I'm making is that a number of people have said, we, the Post Office, didn't spot these paragraphs tucked away in a Deloitte report about remote access. We didn't realise those until Jonathan Swift pointed them out to us in 2016. And I'm saying this document here flags that issue up, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
And it was sent to you, wasn't it?
I don't know, was it?
Well, we just looked at the email attaching it.
Okay, right, yes.
Yep.
Yep.
It was sent to you.
Yep.
This undermined your report yet again, didn't it?
Yes.
So what did you do about it?
I don't think I did anything about it. I don't remember it. But what I remember about the Zebra report was the other thing that's in the evidence, where I challenged one of the actions, Action 4A, I think, at the end of the report, where there'd been a misunderstanding that said that Products and Branch Accounting had got the ability to put transactions directly into Horizon. And I said that needs changing because it doesn't. That's a complete misunderstanding. And I proposed a very onerous alternative piece of work. And I think my focus on this document was that just leapt out so much to me to say, you've got a misunderstanding in there that you think finance
Mr. Ismay, you said in your report there were no back doors into Horizon.
In the 2010 report, yes, yeah.
This is the fourth occasion on which you are being told there are such back doors.
Right, yeah.
Why did you do nothing on each of those 4 occasions?
Well, I'm sorry, I think I've just got so many things going on. This hasn't registered with me either, and that's no good saying that. That's not a satisfactory thing, but it didn't.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ismay. That was the supplemental topic, sir.
Thank you. So that brings today's proceedings to an end. Thank you, Mr. Ismay, for making a second witness statement and for coming back to give evidence today. I'm grateful to you. Thank you to the legal representatives of co-participants who curtailed themselves admirably. And we'll meet again on Tuesday. I think it's Mr. Mark Davis on Tuesday.
That's right, sir. Full day.
Fine. Thank you.